remembrance of a darker day, searching for resemblance to a time when all was fair, the world was mine, there was passion in the air.
Onwards to DayZ 2 LUL, not tipsy bits this time.
Hello everybody, we'll get on to the talking about the things I don't know at some point soon. Cruz, your question was about DayZ 2 Early Access. I don't know the answer, by the way, but I can make predictions and stuff. I don't have an NDA because they haven't really told us much, so it's fine. But anyway, we'll get on to all of that in good time. But first, let's just say hello and get going and wait till a few more people turn up. God, I just looked at the bottom of my screen and it said heat warning. Heat warning just issued on the Windows bar. Thankfully, I've got the AC on in here, so I'm okay. But yeah, it's pretty hot in the UK today. It is. I think it's about 36 Celsius here where I am, which is about 96, 97. There's places around the world where that's not so hot, but for here, that's pretty hot.
Welcome back.
That's pretty
Here
hot.
is my Risa Benning in England.
Thank you very, very much, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. Let me just quickly catch up on all the alerts that we've had so far. Vortex, thank you. Blaze, thank you. Beretta, thank you very much too. Beretta Matto, Total Meltdown, thank you. Uber, thank you for the bits and the gifted subs that are coming up in a sec as well. Cheers to both of those, you crazy bastard. Thank you very, very much. Onwards to DayZ 2, not tipsy bits this time. Well, thank you. Yeah, very, very glad to hear it. No more tipsy buying of bits. Vapester, thank you for the resub. Thanks again, Uber. Cheers for the gifted subs times 10. Sprishka, thank you for the 85. Hank, thank you very much for the 46. Guna, thank you for the 61. Yeah, it's meant to be much cooler on the coast. Yeah, it's 36ish around here, South Suffolk-ish. Well, mid to South Suffolk-ish. But it's hot enough. Yeah. Your inkling about the twinkle in the dev's eyes about DayZ 2 was correct. It was. They really have slow rolled it, haven't they? They really have slow rolled it, and they have this year as well. But it was a nice surprise to see that sign in the woods. We weren't expecting it, so that was very, very cool. I haven't posted it yet. I'll probably try and find a video that looks okay. But they took us out on a V3S truck, which was cool. So it was very ramshackled, as you'd expect. But they've got a real V3S truck at the Army office, and they took us out on that. So we had all of the sort of creators that were on the visit were in the back of it. So it was open, you know, like you see in movies when they have like the people transporter and they've got canvas over the back. But the canvas was missing, so it was completely open, like a convertible, obviously. Exactly like the V3S truck in the game, and we were sitting on the metal bench that was like going sideways down the back. And they took us out for about 20 minutes, half an hour on this truck, and it was kind of fun. It was a bit bouncy and felt like I was going to die several times, but that was kind of fun. And then at the end, they pulled into a different field than we were expecting, and they had this red 2 sign up with a guy standing next to it looking all happy with himself, and he's the project lead. The guy in the photo is the project lead for DayZ 2, so that's pretty much all I know, that there is one, that they're working on it. And the guy in the picture, whose name is David something, I couldn't quite catch his name, I think it began with A surname. It's David something. He's the project lead, so that's cool. DayZ 2 is going to be an Unreal 6 with Nicki Minaj skins. Sounds good. 36.9 recorded in Watersham, Suffolk today. Fuck me dead, dude. Have you pre-ordered GTA 6? I won't play it on console, your only hope, so no. No. You're lucky that truck didn't flip you all, yeah. Yeah, we are pretty lucky. Right, anyway, let me turn the music off. And then find a server. I'll probably just carry on with... I think I didn't die on the last... In fact, maybe I won't. I might start as a new spawn.
Do you think USA can beat Bosnia in knockout?
Yes, I think they probably will beat Bosnia in the knockouts, yes. I was just talking briefly with Redline. I'm not trying to poo-poo it. I think it's great that they're doing pretty well. I'm not trying to poo-poo Redline on Twitter. I think they'll beat Bosnia. And I think in the next round they'll likely play Egypt, but it's a bit undecided yet. But Egypt will be trickier. It'll be trickier than Bosnia, but I think they have a chance to beat them too. But in the quarterfinal, things start to look somewhat bleak. You know, in the quarterfinal, it's probably going to be Spain. If it's not Spain, it could be Portugal. You know, that's where things are going to get somewhat tricky, and there's no getting away from that. You know, we shall see though. You never know. Right, I think this one. Everything go okay yesterday? It did, Redline. It was blazingly hot. It went okay, except for the fact that I was like a zombie. My plane was delayed on Wednesday night, so my plane was due to take off on Wednesday in Prague at 8:30, and it didn't take off until nearly 11:30. So there's an hour time difference, which helped a little bit, but I got home to my house at 1:30 in the morning, and I had to do a little bit of prep, and I had to get up at 6:30 and then leave. So I probably had about 4 hours sleep, and then I had to drive for 3.5 hours because I was getting Maggie on the way. So I picked up my mum, picked up Maggie, got to the funeral. We got there on time, but the last hour of the morning journey, I was really struggling. We did that, and during the wake, I drank like 8 coffees, and then we made it home okay. We made it home okay, but I was flagging some. That's why today's stream has got short in the title, because I really should take today off, but I'm off tomorrow because there's a new video going to be out tomorrow. So I wanted to stream today because I cannot stream tomorrow. But yeah, I was really, really struggling yesterday. Obviously, it was a very emotionally draining day, but I was struggling as well because I had to do it all on 4 hours sleep. And even though I was only there Monday to Wednesday, it was full on. I met Taupe. Yeah, I've met Taupe before, Rox, but I met Taupe again. Yeah, saw him on Wednesday. Did I read today that Salah has been refused travel in the USA? I don't think so. I hope Salah's... I don't know why Salah would be removed. That would be a big story if Salah's been... That's news to me, but I've not really been looking at the news today, to be honest. I did check to see if Liverpool were signing anyone. News. Yeah, there's nothing in the news about it. Is the new video about DayZ? The new video is me playing DayZ. Are you going to stream DayZ 2 when it comes out, Paul, or are you going to keep streaming this one? Michael, yeah, I think I'll probably just switch to Rust. Yeah, I'm pleased to be back, Harry. It was my plan to be back today, but I wasn't 100% sure. I am knackered. I am absolutely knackered, but we'll stream for a bit. I might only do 4 or 5 hours. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good to be back. I'm glad I got a little streaming on Sunday. So in theory, even though I've been off Monday to Thursday, I'm back today. I've only actually missed 3 streams this week because I'm making one up today. That's not bad going, considering I've been fucking everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. Riven, thank you for the 25. Mordkale, thank you. Greg Hat, thank you very much too. Yeah, I think they can beat Bosnia. You'd expect they could, wouldn't you? Why is that so small? I would like those words to be bigger. Chat settings. Is there a... I think it's in better Twitch TV settings somewhere, but my Twitch chat looks a bit small. I can't be asked to play with it now. I'll work it out another time. Can't be fucked to do it now. Close window. How was the weather in Prague? It was hot. It was hot. It wasn't as hot as it is right now in the UK, but it was hot enough, you know, like low 30s. It was warm enough. The day where we walked around not around Starry, we walked around Chernarus, but in the real world. I'd like to make a little video out of that at some point. I might try and get that done at some. That would be fun. But we had a really good trip. We started effectively on the coast. We got the train, which got us off somewhere between Skyrim Mountain and Electro, if we were in the game. So we walked up from effectively the coast up to Skyrim Mountain, which is or Skyrim Cliffs, whatever. It's way higher in the game than it feels. Sorry, it's way higher in real life than it feels in the game. God, it's steep. That was the first thing we did. And to be honest, I was nearly broken. 1 or 2 people didn't go all the way to the top. Not many. I'm not going to name any names, but 1 or 2 didn't. Most of the streamers did. But yeah, it was pretty harsh. It was very, very steep, like almost like on hands and knees because it was too steep to climb on your foot, you know. It was very, very tough going Red Line. Yeah, the walk was really tough. And then after that, we walked from... no, there we go. I don't know where I am here, but I am Burnside, which is good. Let's see where that is. Yeah, we walked... We didn't go anywhere in transport after that, so we walked from the rocks at Skyrim around, like...
Miss watching your streams.
A footpathway to Mogilevka.
Sounds like you had an amazing time.
And then from Mogilevka we walked up the road that is in the game and went to the castle. I think it's Rog, isn't it? Rog Castle. And we went to Rog Castle. I've got some video and pictures of that I've not put on Insta yet. And then we went kind of across fields to sort of the sniper overwatch that shows Novi and Starry. And then I did put that on Instagram already. And then we walked down to the Red Barn and effectively Starry. If you did that in the game, if you ran from the coast and the rocks all the way to Starry, that's a long run, you know, like that's a long run in the game. So we walked that on Tuesday, in like, I don't know, 32 Celsius, full sun, up and down hills, it was a fun, I enjoyed it. It was tiring, but it was fun. Yeah, the houses are completely different, dude, kid. I'm sure that won't surprise you, but where they are is... Oh, wow. Fucking hell, that's a find.
Hello,
What's going on with
TRMZ
my
love.
settings? I don't know. It's looking very bright. Or very... on my monitor, I mean. It will look the same for you as it normally... Hello? Oh, great. Just find a blaze. I couldn't do anything about that. I was in my monitor settings. Fuck me dead. Great start. I had to close my monitor settings before I could do anything about that, and it was too late by the time I did. Okay, there we go. See how that goes.
Serious question about DayZ 2. Not. Just kidding. Do you
Joey,
wear boxers or briefs?
boxers. I like boxers. I like a little bit of space, man, for the micro peen to flourish. VM Design, thank you. Don't shoot, thank you very, very much. No quarter, thank you. It's Mowgli, thank you very much. That'd be good. Alright, well, we're not going to get that blaze back, are we? We're now at Prague, but... So I actually overwatched this. We should go up to those rocks. So that hill there is the hill that I was on. It looks quite tall in the game. So effectively that hill yesterday, on Tuesday, we all climbed. And it was fun. It was a fun trip. I enjoyed it a lot. I was expecting to enjoy it. The fact that I had 8 or 9 beers the day before and I was sweating like God knows what was neither here nor there, but it was fun. So we might as well go up there while we're here, and I'll go to the same rock that I put on Insta. Just wondering how hard is the Banov quest line? It's pretty tricky. It's not Dear Isle tricky, but it's tricky.
How you had a good time in the real Chernarus.
Do we know who will lead the... well, no. All I know, Redline, is the project lead is the guy in the photo. That's the only information I really know. There's nothing else to say.
Welcome back, Cham. Hopefully
So,
you have a great time
the dude
in
in
real life
the
Chernarus.
picture, his name is David, and his surname begins with A, but I couldn't quite catch it. He said it once, but I couldn't quite catch it. He is the project lead for the game. But, like, Adam is not the project lead for DayZ. That's a dude called Talus. So the equivalent to Talus in DayZ is the guy in the picture. But who's going to be making the game decisions? It will be him, but he'll have somebody else as well, I'm sure. But they're not really saying anything. They have said that some of the old OG DayZ developers are going to be back working on DayZ. They didn't name names, but they did say that. So that much I do know. So like old OG devs. So maybe from back in the day, 2013-14, for example, they may be on it, as well as some of the ones that are on it now, you know. That's a different David, dude. It's not that one. Erister, thank you very much for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can I ask why they keep not inviting Muller? Bodhi, they keep not inviting lots of people, dude. It would be great if Muller was there. I would have loved it. It would have been great. I actually don't think he can make it, even if he was invited this time, because he's got his girlfriend here, and then I think he's taken his bike to Norway fairly soon. But in a nutshell, dude, and this is me reading between the lines, they've only got very limited budget, and they try to invite as many people as they can that have the best impact for the money they spend, basically. And that's it. But the devs are the ones that decide. Thankfully, I don't, you know. But I definitely would have loved like Muller to be there. People like Doc Dreist, who's been streaming the game for 11 years, you know, 12, well, longer than that, I think, but certainly a long time, you know. There's lots and lots of worthy candidates. They did invite some different people this year, you know. Katie went, it was great to meet her. There was other people there. Lottie went this year, she didn't go the year before. So they did invite some different people, but it's the devs that choose, and they've got so much budget to spend, you know. And I think size of channel in terms of views has a bearing on it, you know. You may have seen pictures and things online. One thing to bear in mind, a handful of people that went actually paid for themselves, you know. So, for example, Minder is there. He hasn't streamed so much lately. Minder was there, but he was paying his own ticket, you know. He didn't get invited by the devs and paid for, you know. So one or two people went on their own dime, you know. No Americans were invited. Katiak went. She's American, so that's not true. Jump into space. So Katiak did attend, and she's American. And I'm sure they invited at least one other American, but he was unable to attend for his reasons. Well, I find that to be very genius. Just let you know it's coming, but tell you nothing. Well, Michael, they're intentionally doing that. They're just trying to tease it for now. You know, they're not trying to relay anything. They're not going to be like, oh, DayZ 2's coming and it's coming this year and it's going to have this, this, and this, because they've got Badlands to sort of deal with. You know, they're still going to be developing DayZ 1, we can call it now, for a good while yet. You know, I think it's going to be 28, 29. 2028, 2029. That's a guess, but that's a complete guess. They didn't tell us that, but and you've got to bear in mind as well that, like, again, just talking about the devs' choices, you can take 4 or 5 European streamers to Prague for the cost of 1 American streamer. So again, it's about views for cost. That's kind of what they look at. They're the ones that make the decisions, and I'm very glad I don't get involved in it.
Cheers,
I have to say. But if you could take 1 streamer from America or 5 from the UK and Germany or wherever else they're going from, you know, like Tope came from Poland and so on, then that's gonna have a bearing, you know. Bodhi, thank you very much for the support. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Zippadeli, Erister, thank you as well. So yeah, this is pretty steep here. It felt about this steep in places. How steep that is. Trust me, you don't run up it. My God, it was a challenge. We didn't go this route, by the way. We came from over the other side.
Keep running, but make sure to zigzag.
What's up with Badlands? How was the LAN party? It was fun. It was fun. I did discover some things. I am allowed to talk about what I discovered as well, so we'll talk about that. I might just hold fire for a little bit, Snafu, just because there'll be more people here in a minute than there are right now. And I'm going to repeat it a lot as it is, so we might as well start the repeating in a little while. But I got to play Badlands for 2 hours. I didn't die for the 2 hours. I managed to explore quite a lot. I found a bike and crashed it about 50 metres later, so I didn't have the bike for very long. Broke the spark plug. But it was fun. It was fun. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't the most enamoured with the looting, because the looting is still those same camps. But a lot of that is the nuance of not recognising the... Because there's, if you look at today's status report, there's a lot of different things in there. They've got different buildings and markets and things that they're adding, and I just didn't see those. And I mostly didn't go in the cities. I mostly stayed out of the cities and went just roaming around on foot looking for things. So we actually were here. This is where we were. The trees are not as open. It's a bit foggy, but so I looked this way from the hill, and where the sea is
finally,
river.
Real life has noticed my
and I could see
day-to-day and has come back with a vengeance.
I could see
So
Dubkey over there and the other towns that we can't see at the moment.
I'll always make sure to turn up for this bit. May you run forever.
Muttley, dude. So finally, real life has noticed my leisurely day-to-day has come back with a vengeance. Thank you very much, Muttley. I hope you're all good, dude. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you. Cheers for the 22 months. I just want to make sure this is the highest bit. But yeah, it's kind of cool. We were here, like, looking over this. It's a bit annoying that it's foggy here, but so I could see down into what would have been Electro and this coastline, and then over on the other rocks there. That's badass. Am I going to play GTA when it comes out? Not on console, I doubt, dude. No, when it comes out on PC, I probably will, but not for long, because I don't really like GTA, if I'm honest. Single player... I know there's multiplayer elements, which can be very cool, but the single player stuff doesn't really do for me. Before you can call him a man. I think it's written in the wind. Cheers, God of Flies. Thank you very, very much. Cheers for the support, dude. And Muttley, thank you as well. Jump into space. Bodhi, thank you as well. So this track, effectively, this track does exist. So we followed the green walkway. I've got a picture of that. I need to post that, actually. But we followed the green walkway, and it got, like, the little green things on the trees, like they have in the game. We followed that effectively all the way through.
I have nothing interesting to say, so I will remain quiet.
It was a lot harder than this. But yeah, we followed it. Now, if this is the same, this track should lead me to the picnic table, which is at the bottom here, which is also in the game as well. It's kind of funny actually running it in the game after doing it on Tuesday. That's kind of cool. Didn't hear the cheeseburger bird, Duran, no.
Less than 3.
Didn't see that. That wasn't there. A lot faster in the game, yeah. Also, you don't really appreciate how slippy the ground is because it's all kind of dry and a bit gravelly. And I'm amazed I didn't fall over and hurt myself. So yeah, as we get here, there should be a picnic table. And there is. That picnic table, it's slightly different. I put a picture of this on Instagram, but we found a picnic table like this, and it is around where we are now, basically. And then afterwards, we went careering off that way. Don't know why I bothered washing the car at 8 PM last night. Dude, I watered all of my... I've got a trough at the end of the garden, which... It's sleepers holding earth up, but it's still... Underneath, it's not a trough, it's the ground. So, it's like... It's a barrier to have the lawn up to, but... It goes into the ground underneath, but it's like a trough either side. Anyway, I watered all my plants really, really heavily on Sunday, and some of the smaller flowery ones were fucking wilted to the ground yesterday, Thursday evening, you know, so they didn't like... Thankfully, I watered them really thoroughly last night, and they're all back up, standing proud. They were all erect again, you know. They were flaccid last night, now they're erect again, thankfully. Munkle, yeah, there's going to be a lot of unknowns for a long time because they literally are not going to tell us anything at this stage. The dude, David was really receptive. It was like he was saying things that sounded good, but obviously we weren't getting much info. But he did say that they were wanting to not just make DayZ 2 incrementally better. They were hoping to do more than that. They were hoping to really make it a groundbreaking improvement. But what that means, who knows? But they were still like open to ideas, and yeah, it was interesting.
What? These old things. About to throw M away with the gold rings that make M don't fit like OJ.
Gassy, I don't understand any of that, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers for the super chat. Metascorpion, thank you. Apex, thank you too. GS Man, thank you for the 68. You remain quiet. I might try that for a few streams, GS Man. I think people will like it. Is Badlands a finished map? Well, I didn't see anything... Well, not true. There was a few things that... I was sitting next to Freshspawn George, and he went into this like underground set of tunnels, and it wasn't quite finished.
3 years.
I'm not going to talk too much about that, because it was his, though. So there was some bits that weren't quite finished, and some like... areas where rocks were floating and whatnot, but it looked pretty done. One thing I can say about Badlands is if you go up to a high mountain, and there's quite a lot of those, and look around, you can see a lot of places. You can see a lot of villages and a lot of towns quite close together, so there's a lot to loot. There's a lot of places fairly close together, so whilst it has, when you're in a village, it feels a bit like Takistan in places. There's not as much running between. There's lots and lots of different places, and they're all quite close together. It was fun though. I really enjoyed the trip. I was gutted when I got picked up on Wednesday. Like they were just sort of doing a barbecue at the armour offices, and it was really, really fun, but they were just doing a barbecue, and like, I had to go, and I felt right peeved. Obviously, as soon as I got in the car and started going to the airport, I immediately started thinking about the funeral yesterday, so then I stopped being peeved about going and started immediately thinking about yesterday. Zevrik, thank you. Yeah, we've done pretty well. It's been very, very cool. Leonardo, we already know that that the new map Nezdara is bigger than Chernarus, dude. The devs have told us that. So Nezdara is bigger than Chernarus. They've given us that info already, and it definitely does feel big. I spent 2 hours running and got to a bit. I did get to the dam. It looks like there might be a bunker in the dam, but couldn't really get there. But it looks like there might be some kind of bunker that's maybe like a like a Livonia style bunker maybe. There might be that there, but it was good. I was quite impressed with it. I wasn't impressed with the bike. I got the faster bike and tried to switch to third person just to see what it looked like and crashed it. I did meet Zethrix, yeah. Not planning to play with him at the moment. He's still there, but I have played with Tope quite a bit over the years. We've not fallen out. Tope's a mate. He's a good dude, but we haven't played so much lately. But I've played with Tope plenty of times over the years, yeah. Is your mum hanging in there? I hope she's doing the best she can. She is, Redline. Yeah, she's doing okay. Obviously, yesterday was a really tough day. Like, I wasn't... On the way up, I was not really emotional in the slightest. And what I mean that is I wasn't really, like, sad. I was more, contemplating everything. But the second I got in the funeral and saw the casket and then some music started playing, I was in bits, you know, like, that was it. Which is kind of the point of funerals, really, isn't it? You know, like, but yeah, it was a very, very lovely service, and the wake afterwards was great. I met a lot of my extended family. We've got a lot of cousins. Like my grandma had 3 daughters and a son, and they've all got kids. So I've got a lot of cousins on my mum's side of the family, and met them all again yesterday. And that was great to catch up with everybody and have a chat. I had a chat with all of my cousins, and one or two of them that I was sort of used to play cricket with and like hang around with pretty much like brothers. I'd sort of spent most of the afternoon talking to. You know, it was great. Indie Sim, sorry. Thank you for the 16 months. Garfi, thank you for the 2 months. Cheers for the support, peeps. It was my grandma that we were going to the funeral to, K-Sticks, yeah. How did the DayZ feel? There was a slightly different attack, Kermit. They seemed to have a slight different attack. But if I'm honest, dude, I was killing them mostly on autopilot. So they was basically similar. They were differently dressed and stuff, but they felt the same, really. I haven't used it, Redline. Yeah, I haven't used it. I ought to look at that. What was it about the bike that you didn't like? There was nothing about the bike I didn't like, Psychedelic. I crashed it, so I didn't like my driving of it is the only issue. You know, it looked good. I 1 or 2 other people there were on like mopeds a lot. Sal was on bikes, loads, like doing jumps and all sorts. But the bike I got, I found it. I think somebody else had left it. I got on it, I went round one bend in first person, and it was quick, it was really quick accelerating, you have to be careful with it. But I went round one bend, I was like, I think this is third person, so I looked down at the keyboard to press V, because I can't find V easily, because I never use it, right? So I looked down at the keyboard to press V, looked up, pressed V, and then crashed and broke the spark plug. So the only thing I didn't like about the bike was the fact that I broke it before I could play it. Have you played DayZ 2? No, Libby. They were very, very clear that it's very, very early at the moment. So that nobody. I'm sure maybe somebody there has played it if it exists, but that's just a guess, right? But none of us got to play DayZ 2, no, because it's very early. They're literally just letting people know that it's in the future. That's it. There's and that the dude in the photo I put on Insta and Twitter is the project lead for it. Never uses V, he's too good for V. Yeah, exactly, Shotgun.
Hello,
I'm too good for V.
In chat, 109 months. What a long time. Here's to hoping DayZ 2 is going to be good.
Thank you, Garrett. Cheers for the support. Nero, thank you as well. Cheers, both 100-monthers. Over 100-monthers. Cheers, both of you. Thank you. Yeah, I hope it is. I certainly came away positive about it. They were... It was making a lot of positive noises, and it's exciting. It's good... Obviously, as a content douche, it's good for me in terms of knowing there's a future with the game, which I believe there was anyway, but it gives you a little bit more security in a way. But it's great as a player of the game to know that there's more coming, you know? It's not... Oh, fuck. It's not just this, you know, and I think that's good. I think it's good to have that. It was good, Garrett, yeah. Well, as good as you'd expect for that sort of thing. Like, meeting everybody afterwards and everything was good. Cranky old goat. Yeah, they officially confirmed that they are making DayZ 2 on Wednesday by letting us tweet all about it after showing us a 2 with the guy that's in charge of it next to it. There's no more info than that, though, dude. That's all we know. Who's taller, you or Wobo? Wobo is very tall. He's tall. I think he was the tallest person there. He's taller than Minder. Minder's like 6... I feel like Minder's 6'2". I think Wobo was just a smidge taller than him. Maybe. That's a guess about Minder's height, by the way. But Wobo's just a smidge taller than Minder. It was nice to meet Wobo, actually. It was cool. It's nice to meet everyone. Some people I'd never met before, like in real life. Lottie as well. Katiak too. And obviously a lot of people were there that I'd met before, and that was great to see them. But there were some armor dudes there as well. Minder is 6'3". Okay, well, Wobo's 6'3" and a bit then.
Hope you had a great trip.
How do I feel about New York winning the NBA Finals? Keno, I didn't really watch it. However, I did watch the Knicks play the Trailblazers in January live in Portland, so I feel I can claim some responsibility for that. You know, I saw them play live. I'd never seen them play live before, and then they won it. So definitely I must have had an impact on that. A bit like that time Redline made McIlroy win the Masters. It's the same kind of thing. I definitely think that's the case. Yeah, I'm partially responsible for the Knicks winning, yeah. Did anyone notice your weight loss? Yeah, lots of people, both at the funeral yesterday and at Prague on, well, when I arrived. They were in this food court area, and like, yeah, I had the same conversation about 15 times. It was kind of nice, you know. But yeah, the cousin that I was closest with when I was a kid, like he's exactly a year older than me to the day. We share the same birthday. So he'll be 39 on the 21st of July. But yeah, he didn't recognise me at first. He did a double take, and I was like, bloody hell! Like, that was kind of funny. Yeah, I did get you looking healthy quite a bit yesterday, Kermit. Yeah, I did. It's fine though. It's nice. It just shows that, like, it reaffirms what you're doing. It's no big deal. It could be worse. One or two of the other people there, like one of my cousin's kids, who's low 20s. He's low 20s. Everybody that met him was telling him about this thing he was doing. We were at... it was a wake for my granddad's funeral, and this was like 2002. I think that was what it... No, it wasn't. It wasn't that. I tell a lie. It was my nan, whose funeral we went to yesterday. It was her 85th birthday, and so this would have been 13 years ago. Just over. In fact, it would have been in June 13 years ago. 14 years ago, because she would have been 99. Anyway, it was 14 years ago, and he would have been about 7. And he was putting his head in a bird bath in the back garden, and everyone was like having drinks and knocking around, and he was putting his head in the bird bath, and everybody remembered it because it was a bit stupid. And he was a kid, you know, he was a kid doing something a bit stupid. Who cares, right? Anyway, I was standing at the church, and like the first 3 or 4 people that came in, every one of them said, hello, the last time I saw you were... And told that I was like, oh, poor guy. I'd much rather get you looking healthy. You seem to have lost quite a lot of weight. I'd much rather get that than being the bird bath kid. I don't know what your point is, Ludikai. I didn't see your other message. Let's have a look. One sec, guys, while we're here. I don't understand how it isn't comparable considering DayZ wasn't a mod. I still don't fully understand. But anyway, I'm not... Let's have that. I think the devs don't necessarily rely on modders to fix the game. They have in some ways, but you've got to bear in mind that they're not stupid, you know, like at Bohemia, working for the devs, they've got that lad who was making the Winter Chernarus mod, or at least improving the Winter Chernarus mod. They've got Dance of Jesus. They've got
Keep on running, brother.
they've got Arkansas,
Love you,
haven't
bye.
they? They've got there's many others as well. Jacob Mango. They've got about 6 or 7. They've got Sumrak, who made Namalsk before he ever worked for DayZ. The devs themselves have taken on a lot of modders in the dev team, so to say they rely on modders to fix the game is partially true, but a lot of them actually work on the game, you know? Like, that's definitely the case. DayZ 2 was announced, Jason? Yeah, it was, on Wednesday, in person, to me and about 12 other people. It was very cool. So yeah, that was kind of nice actually. So obviously it was trademarked on April the 1st, and they were happy for that to get leaked. So they kind of leaked the fact that they knew the trademark was going to come out, and they were happy about that, right? So it was trademarked on on April the 1st, and that got leaked on Reddit, and Robo put it in a video and whatnot, you know. So we knew it was trademarked, but they officially confirmed that it exists as a project on Wednesday. Windstride. Yeah, Windstride is there at Bohemia as well. They're also building a new office as well. So that at Prague, where DayZ is built, they are building a completely new building next door with new offices, which I think some of the creators got to see yesterday. I missed out. Well, all of them did that were there still. But they're having a completely new offices built specifically for DayZ too, I believe. So that there's like a massive new building being built. How many years do you think it would take them? I don't think we're going to see it for the next 3 years plus. I don't think, dude. But who knows? Anyway, hello everyone. So I actually we came this way. We came this way, I think, on this road on Tuesday. I wouldn't normally do this loot route, but I'm actually just running the way. Trust me, it took a lot longer. It took us an hour and 50 minutes to walk from the rocks that I was at before on Skyrim Mountain to Rogue Castle. Did you upload a vlog? At the moment, N3, there's about 4 videos on Instagram, so I put some videos on Instagram. I felt like an Instagrammer, to be honest, for a bit. I did. I don't know what the views are like now, but one of them had about 130,000 views in less than a day, which is pretty good going, you know? I think I'm almost an Instagrammer now. Right, let me just have a look while I think about it. So, can I not see how many views these things get? Yeah, one of them's got 194,000 views. That's crazy. 194,000. You got 2k likes on a comment. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, does that mean you're an influencer? I did play Badlands Iconic. It was good. Yeah, I played Badlands for 2 hours. They did say that, FN Agent, they did say that in Marek's eyes, Marek Spaniel is kind of the guy that owns Bohemia. I think it's co-owned with him and somebody else, but Marek is kind of the boss. He has basically said that for Bohemia, Arma and DayZ are kind of equal partners in what's going to happen for the company. So they see them both as their main two, like the apple in their eye, if you like. So in the owner's mind, DayZ is as important to Bohemia as Arma, and some people might say it should be more so, but if you consider that they've been doing Arma type games for the whole history of that's where they came from, and DayZ spawned out of Arma, then that's a good thing to have, you know. Were you allowed to give feedback on the gameplay? There wasn't really an opportunity, said Jimmy. We got there Monday, had some food and some drinks and whatnot. The devs weren't really there, a couple of the community guys. Tuesday we went out on a great big trek all around the map, and Wednesday it was mainly... we got to try the Nintendo Switch thing, which was kind of fun for a few different reasons. So we actually came this way and along this road. but I'm going to take a slight detour for a minute and just come over to the summer camp before we carry on the route that I did. But yeah, we didn't get a great deal of... I did sort of talk a bit, but yeah, we didn't get a great deal of chance to talk about the game. They already know that the cheating is a big problem. The dude that's responsible for DayZ 2 was talking about cheating and like the steps that they're hoping to make and things that they're hoping to... Well, the fact that they want to take it seriously, but it's a problem with all games, isn't it? You know, so we'll see where that goes. Tango, I think the Switch 2 will bring in more people. You know, like lots of people with Switch 2s. If you've got a Switch for your kids, you're not necessarily going to upgrade to a Switch 2 necessarily, you know, like maybe for the right game. But there's 20 million out there, and there'll be people that want to play a game like DayZ, because even if you bought it for your kids, the kids have got parents, and like it may well be that there's enough out there that want to play it, you know. I'm pretty sure there will be. I've often felt that Tranxon, that DayZ has always been sort of treated like the unloved stepchild compared to Armour, that got all of the new stuff, but they are not seemingly that way inclined anymore. Do you think DayZ 2 announcement will keep some people from buying Badlands, or do you think Chernarus will be on DayZ 2? I hope Chernarus has like a remaster for DayZ 2 at some point, my Reg. If it's not done by the devs one day, then I'm sure somebody else will do it, you know. But it's already on Reforger, isn't it? So I'm sure it will be. But I don't think it will affect Badlands sales too much, no, because I think it's going to become very clear very soon. Or well, it's already clear. It's a long way out, you know. People buying Badlands at some point this year are not going to be cross-shopping a game that's probably not coming out for 3 or 4 years, you know. Like they're going to be playing DayZ for many years yet, I think. I am enjoying the aircon right now, Garrett. The only thing is it's not working as well in my room as it might, because I've got the door open with a fan blowing the air to the rest of the house to make it cooler. Obviously, it's very hot at the moment in the UK. Hot for the UK, we don't need to debate and start measuring EPs because someone's going to say it's 45 Celsius in Las Vegas or something. I know. Yes, it is. Probably is. Very hot. But it's hot for the UK in the UK right now. When I got back at 1:30 from Stansted Airport, 1:30 in the morning. So I got back very, very late. And it was 27.5 Celsius downstairs on my thermostat. And I have a secondary thermostat in my bedroom in this house, and it was 31.5 Celsius in my bedroom. So it was 31 Celsius indoors at 1:30 in the morning. It was so basically the house had become like a cooker. And obviously I have aircon in that room, so it wasn't 31 Celsius for long, and I'm very lucky about that, you know. But it would, if I'd have got back to that and had to try and sleep in it, I'd have been fucked, you know. I'd have been fucked. I could have opened all the windows and tried my best to cool it down, but it wouldn't have got down very much, very quick. Honest question with new builds in the UK, why do they not have simple central air? I think cost, dude. Everything's built to cost. It's the cost, isn't it? Like, it all have to be included. I think they have energy ratings they have to hit to and such like, and whilst central air is... I think it's not far away, by the way, but... I don't think it will be central air. I think they will start building houses with electric heat pumps, which can also cool. So I think the heating... In the UK, the heating for houses is central heating, which is water that gets heated up by a gas boiler normally, that gets piped around your radiators around your house. Every house has central heating. I think they're going to have to start building new build houses with electric heat pumps that can both heat your house and cool your house. And I think that will happen. But it's not happening yet, purely because of cost, and I think also energy ratings and how much energy the houses use and whatnot. But yeah, I think that will happen. You know, like I've got aircon in 2 rooms in my house, and I'm so grateful just for that. It's better than most. But the split units, like the split unit I have, like with the main unit out, they're actually quite cheap to run. They don't use crazy lots of electricity. They're not. everyone thinks that the bigger electric units, the ones that have the thing, they actually don't cost very much to run. They do cost quite a lot to install, though. But was that a gun on the floor in the last house? I don't see a gun on the floor in the last house. I see a cowboy hat. I'll check the other house, the other shed in a minute. Psychedelic. If DayZ 2 isn't coming out for 2 to 3 years, then why would they announce it so early? Seems odd to me. I don't think that's true, to be honest, dude. They announced Armor... I know they had Armor Reforger to sell, but they announced Armor 4 a long time ago, and it's coming in 2027. I think, like GTA, like they've been building. It's not just about the sales of DayZ 2 when it eventually comes. It makes DayZ still relevant after 13 years. It has other benefits, you know. The fact that DayZ 2 is in progress makes DayZ a little more appealing in some ways. I know that it might not, if you're a hardcore DayZ player that's playing DayZ a lot right now, you're playing it every Friday and Saturday evening, most weeks, most of the time, then DayZ 2 being 4 years away is not that big of a deal, or 3 years away, or however far away it is. We're all guessing, right? But to the player that played DayZ 10 years ago that hasn't played it for 7 years, it makes it a bit more relevant again, you know. It's actually quite a good marketing thing, you know. You may well find that the fact that there's a new game coming in the long run sees more people coming back to try Badlands in anticipation of there being a future beyond it, you know. I'm not at all surprised that they're wanting to do it, and obviously they've trademarked it. They knew that was going to come out. Right, that's no bueno then. I might take that just to use to kill Zeds rather than waste my knife. Is that the case? Frankie, I did hear Frankie might be streaming soon. I heard that. I think Finn messaged me about it, which is cool. I didn't know he'd been playing with Hey Bambi, but that's cool as well. Badlands looks just like the old Takistan mod from a few... It's got some Operation Arrowhead... a lot of Operation Arrowhead assets in it, but it's got a lot of other things in it, dude. It's basically set in Takistan, the country, but it's completely new topography and a completely new map. But it does have those compounds, which, if I'm honest, I don't really like those compounds. But there's a lot of other things going on. Something else, for example, you know, this is new news, but it may have been confirmed on somebody else's, but... Those compounds that Takistan has, you know, where you've got like a walled area and then a building, and then in one corner and then another corner there's a building. Some of those buildings have base building inventories built into them. And in the game I found cement and one or two other things. And when you open it up, you can basically fortify some of those buildings. So... It has built-in houses that can be turned into a fortification, which is going to be fun. So you're going to be able to brick up doors and windows and stuff and fortify a house for about 80 meters crowd control. I didn't find a code lock, no, but I believe somebody else did. But just want to say, by the way, when talking about fortification, when I came back from last year, my main prediction about Badlands is exactly that they would do fortification. I said that. Wobo made a video talking about how they might have it so you could rebuild houses, because they talked about rebuilding wells. I said straight away, I don't think it's that. I bet they do fortification for bases. I bet they do that. And they did. See? I could be Wobo. Did I see the movie Obsession yet? Nope. I've been away, dude. Not seen any movies. I've been so busy this week. It's been a long week. I know I've missed some alerts, so let me catch up. Abominus, thank you very much for the support. 96 Muzzer, thank you for the Prime. Skylord Sam, thank you for the 67. Shazbot, thank you very much as well. Rob, will it be Running Man 2? Nah, I think it'll just be Running Man's, dude, for sure. Thank you very much. Fugazi, Swanberg, thank you as well. So I actually need to come further back, loot these houses, because there's a video I put on Instagram of me coming down this road, which is so fucking cool. It feels a lot longer, the road we came down, than this, but it's kind of badass that I was walking down this road. One of the community managers was in the front. Sal was just in front of me. I did put the video on Insta, and coming in towards Mogilevka, I saw that in the real world. It was very cool. These two houses here are not on the road. No, the road's empty. These two houses aren't here, but the topography of the rest is the same. Obviously, the houses are all very different to look at, but the hills and the where things are very, very, very similar. Obviously, this game has been around for a long time, so some of the trees might be a little bit taller than they were, but we came down this road. The video I've got is me sort of looking down to that tree line and sort of saying that's where the tan house would be, that's where the log cabin could be. That was actually on the Insta thing. I did see Toy Story 5 actually, Tango. I did. I saw that on Saturday with Maggie. God, it feels like about 6 weeks ago. It was only Saturday. I saw it. I won't do any spoilers, obviously, but I certainly think it was better than 4. So that's good. I think Toy Story 5 was better than 4, which is good. So I came down this way, and it's so cool.
So how old will you be when DayZ 2 comes out? Asking for a friend.
38. Swisher, have I seen the new Mortal Kombat? No. Why aren't you in the others in Chechnya? I had to fly back on Wednesday for a funeral yesterday, Wandravel. So my grandma passed away. The funeral was yesterday, so I could only go Monday to Wednesday. The Wednesday was the key day, because that was the day where they were going to let us play Badlands, which I've done, and they were going to announce, obviously, DayZ 2 being an official thing, which they've done too. So I got to the main day, but then I had to fly back straight after that. My Insta is Paul_OnlyManZ, or if you type !Insta in the chat, you'll find it. Did I find out a release date for Badlands? No. But rough guess, it's going to be autumn. Autumn-ish. I think it's going to be October, November, but that's a guess. It's all good, Wandravel. It's all good. It's something people knew about. You know, it's no... But yeah, I'd love to have stayed a bit longer. I was gutted when I got picked up, but I absolutely had to be. I couldn't miss my grandma's funeral. She was like a second mum to, like, all of her grandkids and great grandkids and whatnot. She really was, like a lot of grandmas, you know. So yeah, I couldn't not go to that. Hello, Seven Loaf, and hello, another one needed. Hope you're good. Hope all is well. Cheers for tuning in, dude. I'm going to have to go for a wee in a minute. I might make another cup of coffee. When was the last time you gas can punched someone? I kind of stopped doing it because it doesn't knock people out anymore. So it's not as... It used to knock people out, but it's not as reliable for that anymore. So I don't do it anymore. I was under the impression when the event ended you all were going to go home and do the Badlands stream a playtest. No, Banks, that it was done on a LAN. They had like loads of PCs set up, and they had like pretty much a full server. So they did like a LAN playthrough. It was really fun. I got a couple of kills, Leonardo. One of the people I killed was a streamer, but I don't know who it was. I heard them I heard them. I don't know who it was, but from across the room after we were having a fight, and I got my shotgun out and killed them. And I heard somebody go no, and they were one of the streamers, but I don't know who it was.
Hope everything went well, brother. Folded hands.
I killed somebody with a red 9, and I killed somebody with a shotgun, and that was it. But I didn't die. I didn't die for the whole 2 hours. I also didn't find a single well. I got all of my hydration from a few cans of drink, and from I found canteens that were full of water, and I drank them, and eventually got sick from drinking dirty water. And other than that, I killed a sheep and cooked it. But so I didn't die. I was managing cholera, but I think I would have been fine. You know, I had plenty of food, and I think I would have managed to immune system it away.
But DayZ2 Kermit 104 Kermit love TRMZ Jihad.
I didn't find a single well. I wasn't really staying in the towns very much. Anyone that's watched me play Takistan knows I don't really like looting those buildings, so I didn't do a great deal of looting those buildings. George next to me did, and he got decent loot. I'm not going to talk too much about his experience and talk about what it was, because that doesn't seem very fair, but he seemed to do pretty well in the villages, so that was good. Were you one of the trespassers who had the picture at the Red Barn? Yes. So Sour, like the devs didn't seem keen to go to the Red Barn because it's actually owned by someone, but most of us did. And Sour's got a very fancy camera, and he took a picture, so hopefully he'll be able to share that or tweet, like Insta it or whatever. But yeah, quite a few of us were at the Red Barn, and then we took another team photo somewhere else. But yeah, I was in that. It was cool. Sorry, I don't mean Red 9. I don't mean Red 9. I wish. It wasn't a Red 9. It was a P1. It wasn't a Red 9 at all. The Red 9 is not confirmed for Badlands. I didn't see a Red 9. The Scar H is. That's definitely in. They did put it in the thing today. Oh, no, it's not. It's not. Literally, there is no NDA, Sir Jimmy. So I have signed an NDA. But the devs have told us that we can say anything that we found on Badlands in the 2 hours, anything we saw, we can talk about. So anything I saw, I can talk about. So if I had found a Red 9, I could say it. They announced a Luger. I found one of those, but I didn't get a mag. So I did find a Luger, but I didn't. I think it's a Luger, isn't it? But I didn't get a mag. But there was no Red 9. Donk. I think France are going to beat Norway. All things being equal, if they played 10 times, France would win 7 or 8 times, probably. But I don't think there's much between Haaland and Mbappe in terms of goal scoring. But in terms of being an all-round player, Mbappe's probably a better all-round player. I'd rather have Haaland personally in my team than Mbappe, though, because I think there's a bit more to it. I think Haaland he's still selfish and scores lots of goals, but I don't think he's as much of a problem for the team dynamic.
Right? Hey community, what was your favourite detail on the trip?
It was definitely, obviously meeting everybody again. A lot of people I had met before, but meeting everyone was great. But it was the Chernarus day. It was so cool, you know, like walking around the real Chernarus and going to places like Wobo was there, and Minder was there, and there's a video in one of my old clips of the week videos. There's an old Clips of the Week video from about 9 years ago where Wobo, Minder, Septic Falcon and I drive a car straight off of the rocks at Skyrim, right? And I remember it vividly. And then to be standing on those same rocks in real life with 2 of the people that were in that car like nearly a decade ago was very fucking cool, you know? Like that was a very, very cool thing. They both qualified already, won't be a real match. Well, they both won't want to lose. Well, France won't want to lose, Rich, because it will affect whether they come top of the group or not. That does have a bearing, right? If they draw, France come top of the group. If Norway win, Norway comes top of the group. So I don't fully know what bearing that has on the draw, but they probably, I would expect France to care in as far as they won't want to lose, because they'll probably want to top their group. Chernarus is pretty much to scale Meast, as far as I could tell. Yeah, like there are things in it that are, like, for example, there's no Tissy and Northwest Airfield where they are in the game. But the villages seem about to scale. Yeah, trust me, it's a long walk from Skyrim Mountain to Mogilevka and then to the castle. It's a long walk. It's like it's a nearly 2-hour walk from the top of Skyrim Mountain to... not true. It's a nearly 2-hour walk from the picnic table halfway down Skyrim to Castle Rog, I think it was, wasn't it? Do the locals understand how big the game is? Well, funnily enough, Swede, there was a well. There's a well in Starry Sobor, pretty like a proper well, like a DayZ well, that's like the well would be in game, about in the same place. I've got a photo of it, which again I haven't put on Instagram yet, but I probably will do. And a few of them were at the well, and they were trying to work it. There's a little DayZ sticker on that well. Someone's been there before, not from the devs, and. Like, somebody was playing around with it, and there was a group of about 5 or 6 of them. Scotty was one of them, who's the community and marketing manager for DayZ, right? And somebody came out from their back garden and was talking and saying, "You're right." And Scotty had said, "Do you know if this works or not?" And they'd got talking, and they knew about Starry Sobor, and they knew the well, and they knew people that are into DayZ or are regularly turning up at the well. So they got talking, and they invited everyone into their back garden. We're giving them cups of ice cold water and different things. They had some fruit that they were sharing out and stuff. Just random people in their back garden, like it was a beer garden in a pub. It was very cool. So yeah, that definitely happens, you know.
I fuck your potato.
Very glad to hear it, Wild Warlock. I hope everything goes well with you and your daughter, dude. That's very, very good to hear. Hope all is good, man.
Reconnected with my daughter.
Hi, Trajan.
Save money. Can easily afford a super chat for you. Thanks so much with being honest about your gambling issues. Help me more than you know dealing with my own.
Dude, thank you.
Future looks amazing now.
I appreciate
you so
it,
much.
Warlock. Hopefully it stays that way. Thank you, Kermit, as well. Cheers for the gifted sub. Joa, thank you very much for the support. Kermit, Tooth, Wildcats, thank you very much too. Abominus, Muzzer, 96 Muzzer, Skylord Sam, thank you again. It was fun,
Hello,
though. I was gutted to be leaving. I'm very glad I did, though, because I absolutely couldn't miss yesterday and the funeral and whatnot, but the bit I was there for was fun. The only bit that was a bit of a damp squib was watching England. Watching England wasn't so fun. I didn't enjoy that bit very much.
Congrats on making my cut again winking face.
Yeah, I definitely didn't enjoy watching England so much. DayZ 2 is a cash grab. It's the same as this, just with slightly better graphics. I like how you can talk with authority about what DayZ 2 is when the person that's in charge of the project doesn't even know how DayZ 2 is going to look yet, but you know exactly what it is. Alex, can you please make sure you come in every day? You got the finger on the pulse, right? We need to know from you, who knows all about things that the people that are making it don't even know, to be sure. But yes, this just in, DayZ 2 is a cash grab, just like the first one that came out in 2013. And they're still making it now. Whereas, I don't know, all the other games like FIFA and Call of Duty that they bring one out of every year, they're completely not cash grabs.
DayZ 2 tell us all the gory deets.
Like those that have like unboxings and special players that you have to unlock, and they change them every year. They're not cash grabs, but DayZ is. DayZ's the cash grab. Would you see yourself living in the Czech Republic? I don't think I'd be able to learn the language. It's a lovely place. It's a lovely place. The weather's nice. The people are really nice. It's very, very cool. But would I see myself living there? No. I think I'd have to live somewhere where I don't have to learn a massively complicated language, really, to be honest. And I'm fluent in French, obviously, but not much else. DayZ was originally a mod, yep. There's no release date for Badlands yet, Meast. No, I wouldn't be surprised if it's very far away. They've just done a Badlands update on the Twitter and on the dev's website today with some information in it showing a picture of a scar. So they're adding a scar. There's also some kind of SMG in the other picture next to it. I don't know what it is. It looks a bit like a PPSH or something like that. But there's two guns that are being revealed in pictures on today's dev update. Yeah, Professor, you're right. You can get away with it mostly, but there's no reason for me to move to Czech Republic. It's a lovely place, but my kids live in the UK. My partner lives in America. You know, I've got not any strong reason to move to the Czech Republic, so I don't see to Czechia. I don't know why I would. You know, it's a nice place to go on holiday, but I don't need to live there. You know, it's a very good place to live affordability-wise. You know, things are a lot even in Prague, which is expensive for there. You know, it's cheap, way cheaper than here. How did I get on with the glutenings? Pretty good, D-Sean. I had my glutalytic tablets, which I need to remember to order more of before I go to Portland. But yeah, the beer over there is quite low in gluten, it seems. Like, so I had 8 or 9 beers on the... I need to not be doing this. I need to go along the road. I walked along this road on Tuesday. This road is much fucking longer, or at least it feels much longer in real life than it is... We walked along this road from Mogilevka to the castle. You can't actually see the castle. Something that is very cool, that little V that you see there, that little V in the landscape, let me... that, going up there, exists, and these trees are a bit fuller than that, but they're there as well. But that little V really is there. This hill, in real life, is much taller. It's much steeper and closer to the road, so the verge is a bit higher. But we came up this way, and you could see the tree line. You can't see the castle because the castle here is taller. In game, the castle that's up there is the same as the Livonia castle. You know, with the so it's got like the little portcullisy bit underneath, and then the steps that come around and then go to the roof. It's exactly like a Livonia small castle. But I was there, and I haven't posted the video to Insta yet, but I made a little video from the castle, and you could see Pulkovo, Rogovo, and Pogorevka. Or, sorry, Pulkovo, Pogorevka, and Rogovo. You could see the 3 towns across the way.
Welcome back.
When you say Czechia, it's painful, it's Czechia. Well, alright, Czech Republic then. Jay, yeah, we met in October last year and been getting on great since then. AJ Roready, thank you very much for the new sub. Thick Daddy, thank you. Crispy Ninja, thank you very much too. Having to change my name to Kermit DayZ 2 is going to be annoying. I wouldn't worry. Right, let's... So this here, Lady Adventurer parked her car here. So there's a yellow trail here. I don't know... So there's actually, on the tree that's on the corner, that's a bit nearer to the road than that, there's a little yellow trail that goes this way. I wonder if that path is a yellow trail. That would be interesting. Is this yellow? Can't see the colour of the thing. There should be a marker on it somewhere, but... There's normally little markers on stones and things. But yeah, anyway, we'll just go up this way. Did you see bits of DayZ 2? Nobody's seen any bits of it, dude. I think it's very, very early. So we've not seen any pictures. We've not seen... All we've seen is that number 2 and a confirmation that it exists. And then we've had a brief talk with the guy in that picture whose name's David, who's the project lead of DayZ 2. But they weren't really giving anything away. Yeah, I think they do line up. Yeah, I think they do. but we walked a green trail to a point and then got on the yellow trail here.
Welcome back and keep on running. TRMZ love.
I don't want the sporter, so we can leave that. This hill is so fucking steep going up to the castle. It is crazy steep in places. What's David's background? He's not a game developer by background. He was leading a project of something else that was doing well. And he knows Marek Spanel, and he was offered the lead of DayZ 2. He said he had 1,200 hours in DayZ, so he's played DayZ a lot. So he's already played DayZ plenty, you know. But he's the project lead, so he's not going to be doing the coding and the day-to-day work. So yeah, see, it's yellow. So that's the same path that I was on Tuesday. So yeah, he was saying all the right things. He was very passionate and came across really well. So the video I've got was from somewhere around here. I don't know if I can find a good angle here because of the trees, but so I've got a video that I've not put on Insta yet that shows me looking across to Pulkovo, and then I scan to the right and you can see Pogorevka and then Rogovo, like there. You could see them about that distance away. You could see. It's so cool that they're exactly placed how they are in the map. It was badass. And then the castle here. The hill is a bit steeper than this, but it's a Livonia style castle, like a single story thing with a staircase around the outside. And I did go on that hill as well. I've got a picture or maybe a video. That hill there, that hill with the hunting stand. I've got a picture of that from the other side as we walked across towards Starry, which felt like quite a long way. God, I'm going to piss my pants. I have been out for a bit of a walk in, I think it was like 35 Celsius, so I only went for about 50 minutes to an hour. I drank a litre of water in 50 minutes while I was out. And now I need a piss, funnily enough. Right, I'm not going to leave the game because there's probably a queue. I'm just going to stay there. What went wrong in the England game? They just didn't score, you know. It was a bad performance. It has to be out by the end of the year, does it, on Cooper? Yeah, all right. England's game, it was a bad performance, but that Ghana just sat back and defended like their lives depended on it and managed to not let England score. You know, they hit the bar. Nico O'Reilly hit the bar, and from the rebound, Harry Kane skied over a gilt-edged chance. You know, that England should have won. I think Tuchel. I've read this. I didn't see the interviews because obviously I was watching in Czechia, so it was all in a language I didn't understand. So as soon as the game finished, I turned it off. But I think Tuchel has come out and said, like, they tried to score, they tried different tactics to score, and they didn't quite score. You know, he seemed fairly relaxed about it. Is it good? No, because if you can't beat Ghana, then there's problems. But if you play a team that defends like their lives depend on it, and they're very, very astute, it can be hard. It's the same in the Premier League. You know, the best teams in the Premier League sometimes draw or lose games. It happens. You know, like, it was a very, very defensive display. They played it well. We didn't score, and that's a problem. But Saka's gradually getting fitter. Hopefully he'll be able to start some more games soon. I think that would be important. I don't think Madueke is really it. I don't know if maybe Rashford might be better than Gordon. I don't know. Gordon played well in the first game. I quite like Gordon in the first game, but the second game not so much. But drawing a game in a qualifier is not the end of the world, you know. I thought Gordon was okay in the first game, Leonardo. I think his work rate and what he did was enough for his place, you know, and Rashford coming on when the other team was tired was a good way to do it. But the second game he was fairly quiet, yeah. But yeah, I drawing to Ghana is not the end of the world. If they win tomorrow, they top the group. The thing I'm more worried about, I actually think Ecuador are decent. You know, like I watched a little bit of the Germany game. I was talking to Miss Portland on the phone, but Ecuador looked pretty good yesterday. They beat Germany 2-1. Germany were already top of the group, but they played pretty much their best team, and they beat Germany. You know, like I think I'm not saying we'll lose to Ecuador, but it's a harder last 32 game than it could have been.
Can you tell us anything good?
If we end up playing Ecuador, that'll be a much harder game than some other teams have got. You know, America are going to play Bosnia, for example. You know, like that's a much easier game. You know, but it is what it is. You know, if you're going to win the World Cup, you certainly can't win it if you're not going to be able to beat teams like Ecuador, are you? You know, so we'll have to see. Yeah. Anyway, enough about that. I've got to go make a piss and a coffee, and I'll be back. Right, I'm back. You have to play the ball quicker with urgency when playing against teams that sit deep. England didn't do that well. They didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't play great. But they did create chances to score. They didn't... In a game like that, Sir Jimmy, it's quite hard to carve out chances no matter what you do, but you need to make the most of your throw-ons, your corners especially, and your free kicks, and they didn't do that very well. They did seem to do that well in the first game. They didn't. A game like that against Ghana is the kind of game where you need to score from a corner, and then Ghana have to try and score, and then you get more chances to create opportunities, you know, like that kind of thing really matters. Nick O'Reilly hit the bar, and Kane really should have hit the target, shouldn't he? You know, like that. But it was a tight game. Games where teams defend really, really tightly, they tend to be tight games, you know. The manager of Ghana is no mug, is he? You know, like... it is what it is, you know, like... It was a really tough game and they didn't score. They should have scored. They didn't. But if they'd scored from a corner, or if and this is a big if, but if they'd scored, that means Ghana then have to try and score themselves, and then the game's opened up, isn't it? It becomes a completely different game. D-Bear, how was your trip? You excited for DayZ 2? Can you tell us anything good? I'm very excited. The guy that's running DayZ 2 he's saying all the right things. He's played a lot of DayZ. It seems broadly positive, but I think it's a long way away. Badlands looks like it's almost ready for release. It was very good. I think it looked... everybody knows I don't really like the Takistan style compounds, but there's quite a lot going on. The map is big. There's a lot of choices on places to go. I think it's going to be good. But yeah, this is not the first rodeo, you know. England, as long as I've been watching World Cups and stuff, England haven't won one yet, you know. And they've had plenty of upsets along the way, yet still got further in the tournament, you know. Like, a draw against a team that defends really, really stoutly in the early stages is not the end of the world, you know. Germany lost yesterday. Spain drew to Cape Verde. You know, like, there's been some upsets. Portugal drew a game they shouldn't have done, you know. Like, it happens, but... Argentina lost in the last World Cup and they still went on and won the tournament. You know, what happens in the first stages gets you ready for the latter stages, right?
USA looks legit this year.
They look good, Shrimmy. The midfielder, that Mackenzie, I think his name is, he looks pretty good. They look good, they look powerful, and I think they are a better team now than they were before. But it's very, very early to judge right now because they ain't played anyone yet, you know, like... Yesterday's loss has no bearing on it because they dropped a load of players to rest them for the next round. But we'll know more. If they play Egypt in the last 16 and they win that comfortably, then things are looking better, aren't they? You know, but it won't be easy when they start playing teams that are any good. I'm sorry to say Australia were poor. And Paraguay, wasn't it? I always P, but they were incredibly poor. Paraguay, I think, wasn't it? Turkey beat the US last night, Deshaun, but the US dropped, like, I think they only played 2 of their starters and everyone else got dropped to be rested for the next round. So I understand that Americans watching America win are going to be getting excited, and rightly so. But, like, in footballing terms, they've kind of played... nobodies right now, you know. Like, if they beat Egypt, that'll be a good start. Egypt aren't one of the favoured teams, but they're better than who they've played so far, assuming they play Egypt in the last 16. But if they get past that, in the last 8, they're likely to play Spain, and I'm sorry to say, if they run that game 10 times, I think Spain will win it 10 times. I think, or maybe they might... Not true. If they run it 10 times, Spain would win it 8 or 9 times and they'd draw it once or twice. And then you never know, they could last out and get penalties and get through on penalties or something, you know. But I think Spain will beat the USA in the quarterfinals. Didn't Paraguay beat some good teams? At home they did. Yes, they did. At home. They lost to some really awful teams away, Redline, but at home, in their own country, they beat Brazil, I think, and Argentina, I think. But South American football and home advantage is a big deal, right? If they're playing at home, but they're not playing at home in America, are they? If you check their away form, it's shocking. It's been fun though. I think USA going deep into the tournament is good. And obviously I'm watching where I can. I didn't watch last game yesterday's game because it kicked off at 3. But I want to try and watch the USA games with Miss Portland, and I'll be kind of rooting for them. That'll be fun. But I think Spain in the quarters, assuming it is Spain, it could be somebody like Portugal if Portugal were to beat Spain. But I think that's where the run will end, most likely. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Watch it go over the fence again. Oh, no. All you DayZ streamers can't leave all at the same time. I was bored a week. There's quite a lot still going, Greasy. There's been some cool streamers still streaming, there's definitely been some good ones. I am back early. I was meant to be out there till Monday, so at least I am back. Like, I'm going to be streaming today and Sunday, so there's 2 streams that I wouldn't have been doing. Fuck me. The temperature in Prague, this is Prague, but those guys are at the festival thing at the moment, but the temperature on Sunday in Prague is predicted to be 39 Celsius, which is about 102 and a bit Fahrenheit. And the people that are at this festival have got no showers. They're sleeping in a tent with 20 other people, a big open tent like a military tent. And so they're going to be waking up after 4 days of no showers, having spent 4 days in dust and grime and heat, and waking up in a tent where all these people have slept for 4 days. Fuck that. I would not want to be waking up there. It's crazy. Like 39 Celsius is hot. Oh, dear me. Right, so we need to... basically, at the moment, I'm doing the same loot route. It's not really a loot route, but I'm doing the same route from Skyrim Mountain that I did on Tuesday. That's what I've been doing so far today. So what I need to do is go up this way and then turn right when we get to a yellow walkway, if there is one. Idris, how you doing? Yeah, it's cool. One of the locals opposite the well in Starry definitely knew. They knew all about the game, and they'd met other people doing the same thing. Interestingly, like, only in one place, we went to Skyrim, the castle, and Starry Barn. But in one place, there's a little note that's been signed by everybody that was there. So you could find a note signed by Soursweet and Hollyrex and Katiak and myself and Wobo, and so someone's going to get a little... It's only a little square of paper, but someone's going to... That's kind of cool. Like, someone randomly there, that's almost certainly there as a DayZ thing, is going to get a little note signed by all of those peeps. That's kind of funny. Yeah, Harry, I think that's a wise move. This is the way we went, basically, and I think at some point there should be a right-hand turn on a walkway. It's hot. Like, in my house, the stream room is on the downstairs, right? And on the other side of the door, the door that's open at the moment with the aircon blowing outside is the thermostat for downstairs, right? So this is the way we went. So this is actually blue. So this is the way we went anyway, I think. So we went tramping up here and then looked back. I took a picture of that hill from this way. Anyway, yeah, the thermostat says it's 26.5 Celsius just the other side of my door. And that's with this aircon blowing at full blast. It's set to 20 Celsius. No, 20.5 Celsius at the moment. And it's on full blast. I don't think I went this way. I think we went more this way. I'm just going to run the way I think I went. Yeah, it's on full blast in here, pumping out the doorway with a Dyson fan blowing the air from this room into the rest of the house to try and cool the downstairs a bit. And it's still 26.5 Celsius. Ah, that looks more like it. That's the way we went. It was more open fieldy. Yeah, we came down here, I think. That seems more right. Yeah, I never got to try the chimney cake. I can see Grouchy recommending one. We didn't really go to... I flew in, by the time we got out, it was like 5 or 6 p.m. and we just started drinking beer and eating in this manifesto place where there's like food stalls and whatnot. And there was no chance to go anywhere for anything, so yeah. On Tuesday I survived the entire day on some little protein bars and a few sweets, and then we had a pizza in the evening, an evening meal. Everyone was fucked. I did 25,000 steps on Tuesday and 122 flights of elevation stairs, 122 staircases, but that was just going up steep hills basically. Like, it was quite a long day. We started walking at 10 a.m. and we stopped at about 5 p.m. And there was a few stops at waypoints, so it was only we were on our feet for 7 hours, but it was in full sun on a really warm day, going up and down hills, and it was a lot of water. I drank 4 litres of water, which I was carrying in a rucksack. It was pretty full on. Yeah, the Dyson fans are crazy expensive. 1 or 2 people talking about it on YouTube. They are crazy expensive. I managed to get mine. I had a viewer a long time ago. I think the one I've got was like 500 quid or something, but I had a viewer that worked for Dyson and they gave me a 50% off thing, so I managed to get mine for like 200 or 250 pounds, and it was either 500 or 600. I can't remember. It was either something like that. I can't. But it is very, very good, but it's not worth the retail price. They have like HEPA filtration in, and they take pollen out and stuff and dust out and things, so it's good for you, good for the breathing. But very good if you've got hay fever too. Are Dyson fans anywhere near as effective as aircon units? No, they're just like fans. They're no better than a fan. They just can go quite hard and they have filtration on. So in terms of cooling, they're just a fan. They're not that great, but if you've got hay fever and you're wanting the air to be cleaner, they are good at that. They will make the air better for hay fever and keep you cool like a fan does, but they're not air conditioning units. The heat is no joke. I'm currently recovering from heat stroke, Metric. Dude, well, I hope you're okay. Fans don't do a lot when it gets to a certain point. Haven't talked about this yet. I'm going to talk honestly. I've already given my feedback to Scotty and Marks. The devs put us in pretty much the cheapest hotel in Prague. And when I say the devs, it's not the devs' fault. The budget was incredibly tight, which is why only a handful of people get to go. There's only so much budget to go around, right? So it is what it is. But the hotel we stayed in was cheap. By the way, this car park is not quite the same as this, but it is there. I saw this. I've got a picture of it. It's got a fence on the front of it at the moment, but there's no broken down cars, but this does exist. I saw this on Tuesday as well. But yeah, so on the Monday night we went out. I went back about 10 p.m. maybe just a smidge earlier. I'd had about 8 or 9 beers. It was more than 30 Celsius in my hotel room. There was no air conditioning. They'd supplied a fan that I'd put on, and I woke up every half an hour for the whole fucking night. It was absolutely awful. It was more than 30 Celsius in my room. I was on the 3rd floor of a 3-storey hotel, so it was the top floor, and it was absolutely baking. It was like a fucking oven. It was awful. So on the Tuesday morning, I woke up at 7 a.m. and I went on Booking.com and I paid for my own hotel room for Tuesday night. Because I had such a busy day on the Wednesday and then flying back Wednesday night and a funeral to go to on Thursday. I'm like, I cannot fucking have a night in this hotel. I cannot have a night in this hotel like that and then have the day off. So I paid 102 euros for my own hotel and then slept under the duvet in a nice air-conditioned room. How long am I on for? I don't know, Britt. A couple of hours. I've only been on an hour and a half. I should think I'd like to do at least, ideally, 5 hours, but we'll see. Shots towards Novi. Yeah, well, yeah, Frank, I have no regrets about it. Yeah, it was bad, and I want to make sure I get this across. I'm not reflecting that on like Scotty, who makes the decisions. He doesn't make decisions on the budget, and the budget was incredibly skinny. So I've given the feedback to them, but it's the people above that pay the money. And this is not really a slight, but Bohemia they're notorious for it. They are very, very, very. They run a tight ship. They do not like spending money. You know, like they. And that's not a bad way to be, but I think maybe they went a touch far. God, that's just leaped over. Oh, fuck that then. They may be a little. You could absolutely feel the savings. It was 52 euros a night. When I went to Booking.com to book my hotel, the hotel they had it in was 52 euros a night, including breakfast. It came with a breakfast for 52 euros, which is very, very cost effective for a capital city. I know Prague is cheap. And you could certainly feel all of those savings. Yeah, JD, I paid more to park my car at Stansted Airport per night than the hotel. It cost me for 2 days. It cost me I think it was £102 for 2 nights and 2 days to leave my car there from Monday to Wednesday. So I paid more for the car parking than the hotel. I can't remember the name of the first hotel, Jan. The one I stayed in afterwards was an Orea Andel. O-R-E-A Andel. That's the one I booked myself. I can't remember the name of the first one. By the way, it was a fine enough hotel. It was air conditioned. The breakfast was good. Like, you can go to Prague and not spend crazy money if you. It's a good place to go. How was Badlands demo? It was good. I survived the whole 2 hours. The survival was kind of tricky. I got a couple of kills against people that were in the event. Only a couple, but I did. I didn't die. I was having to eat sheep. Like, I killed a sheep and cooked it so I could get hydration, and I was drinking water that I found in canteens because I didn't see a single well. I spent hardly any time in the villages though, and so I didn't really look for a well. You know, I ate and drank what I found and then killed an animal to survive that way. I managed to make my way to the dam, which was very, very cool. It was a cool location. I actually found fresh water, which was good. Thoria, I think... obviously there's going to be spoilers about Badlands here, by the way. There's not much I can do about that for those that don't want it. We're going to talk about it, right? But yeah, I think there's a bunker of some sort, but we couldn't see it much. But I think there's a bunker at the dam. So I haven't really looked at it, but yeah, that red barn, I was there. We took a photo outside that red barn. These barns are there. Slightly different, same kind of length and everything, but slightly different design, but the same length. Those two barns are actually there, and that red barn is there. I was standing there on Tuesday. It's kind of cool. The whole map was accessible, Sir Jimmy, but we only had 2 hours, so we were limited by time, you know? There may be other bits that they might be holding back, but the full map was there as far as we know. Yeah, that's what they said. They were not trying to keep anything away because they didn't believe we would be able to do much in 2 hours. There was an AK-75. I thought it was a... I should probably take it. I don't know. It's going to make killing zombies tricky. I'm officially excited for Badlands. I enjoyed it, Reaper, but we don't know when it's coming out, so no. Yeah, me too. Thank you, CJ. Hope you're good. I'll be excited when it's due out. Yeah, I'm excited to play it regularly for weeks and discover things and and do the map. I'm excited for that. But we don't know when that's going to be, do we? So I was excited to play it on Wednesday. Very excited, but now we've got to wait again, you know. Any good beer and food places you've been at? We had a pizza in this place called Corleone's, which is only like a fairly basic pizza place, but I really like the pizzas. They're like Italian sort of pizzas, so I had a really great pizza. It had prosciutto, arugula / rocket, we would call it, and I forget what else, but mainly that. It was really good, though. It was very, very good. I've had a pizza there a few times, and it was good. There wasn't a great deal of food beyond that because we were busy the whole time. So Monday night, I think we were in this place where there's lots of food concessions, and I had... What did I have? I had pork gyro, which is Greek. And then later on in the evening, after many more beers, I had a burrito from a different concession. So I had something from Greece and something from Mexico, and they were both good. But beyond that, there wasn't much eating. I was only there for 3 evenings, and on the Wednesday I ate in the airport. I could have just put that in the bag. I suppose I ought to. Right, I think that ends so that's where we actually got the bus from the town, which would be, it wasn't called Starry, but we got the bus from there. What was cool though, when I was coming down from the other hill there, I did put it on Insta, so I was coming down that hill, and you could see this, where I'm standing now, you could see it from over there, and all of it's the same. Like, this field is the same, those trees are the same. Where the 2 hunting stands are, you could see these tree lines, this one and that one, they were there. It was very, very cool to be looking across. You could see Novi as well. Do I like to check beer? I'm not a big fan of Pilsner Urquell, but I do like Staropramen. Staropramen tastes nice. I really like Cazelle as well, but we didn't go anywhere that sold that. The dark Cazelle is good. Did you see Man City have signed Anderson for 130 million and 300k a week? it does seem crazy, but he's very young. Declan Rice older was 100 million, and that was a few years ago, you know, like... I can see why they've done it. I think the market is the market, and the market's insane. But I'm not surprised. Is he 20? He's very young, isn't he, Anderson? And he's got most of his career ahead of him. He's already an England international. He's looking like a guaranteed starter, pretty much. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Like, if you look at what some of them, like Moses Caicedo was older and probably more established, but Moses Caicedo was more than 100 million. Fernandes the same, Declan Rice the same, and Elliot Anderson's an England international and younger, you know, so I'm not surprised by the figure. I'm surprised we haven't got any fucking outcome from the charges more than anything else. Sounds very good, Barbaric. We never had a chance to go anywhere though, dude. He's 23. Okay, he's a bit. I thought he was younger than that. So, like, how old was Declan Rice when he went to Arsenal? I think he was older than 23, wasn't he? I don't know. I feel like he was. Maybe he wasn't. But it's a lot of money. But he's got all of his peak ahead of him. I'm not surprised.
Welcome
Thank you.
back, TRMZ love.
Cheers for the 23. Thank you very much. I hope you're well. Anderson looks pretty decent in an England shirt, you know. Like, I didn't see a lot of Forest last year, but I'm not surprised. England internationals are always more than they should. They always cost more than they should, don't they? That's a fact, you know. Like, yeah, it just makes you wonder what they're doing with Rodri, though, doesn't it? Hi, Lemandor. Hope you're good. Thank you, Penny. Cheers, Dean. Thank you for the resub. CJ, Yeti Ace, Shrimmy. Thank you, D-Bear, as well. Andre, before that. Thank you very much. Hi, Sweet Mooch. Oh. Coffee. Coach Ed is currently on a 140 stream streak. Holy shit. I do like the beer in Prague. Yeah, personal preference is for
Hello again, old man.
for Stara Praman over Pilsner Urquell. I'm not so keen on Pilsner Urquell. Oh shit, that's a juicy boy. I think. He's going the other way. Oh, bollocks. I can't believe that fucking hit. That's insane. I don't care that I died. I'm not sure quite how good that guy is, and it didn't make a single fucking noise. In fact, I think we might change servers. There's no proof he was a cheat. I just died, right? I'm not saying he was a cheat. I've got no proof, but there was no noise, which can happen. But it seemed a bit great, and I was on official, so rather than take any chances, we'll just switch to a different server now. But yeah, I'm very pleased that shot hit from there, iron sighted at that range with a gun that only ranges to 200 meters. That was pretty fucking impressive, if you ask me.
Damn unlucky heart hands, light blue heart.
Right, let's get back on this one. Yeah, he probably had a scope. But he went prone and took the shot, and fair play. Chris Apple, thank you very much for the support. Wimpster, Memphis, cheers. But oh man, less of that, dude. That's just
nice
not the
to
case.
see you back. Hope you had a good time.
Right, this should be a character from Sunday, which has got gear. I don't really remember much about the character, but I think I'm geared. Vin, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mickey, hello. Hope you're good. So we have an AK-101 with a 30 rounder and a spare mag.
How is this possible?
Ah, right on the edge of Crescino. The airfield is behind me. I think I was looking for action, basically. I've got pretty decent gear. Ruined buttstock. I need a new one of those. I didn't know that was ruined. Alright, well that gives me a little mini task, doesn't it? We've got to try and find a new buttstock for an AK. Do I want to go to the airfield? Oh, fuck it. Let's just go to the airfield. Chimney, thank you very much for the gifted subs. How is this possible? Dude, thank you very, very much. Hope you're good. That could be the case, Bloody Hoofs. There was a bug where prone shots were completely silent. Now, it killed me with a one-tap, so I wouldn't have heard the gunshot anyway, but there was no bullet snap or anything, which I think was happening with prone shots. So that could have been exactly what happened, yeah. How do you go to different official servers with a new character? You can't do. But I didn't say. I said I was unofficial. I didn't say I am now, did I? The only way you can have different characters on official is third person and first person. That's it. So you could play first person Chernarus and then switch logged out to third person and have a different character. If you mean the towers around the edge of the wall, they're green, these ones. They don't have loot on Chernarus, no. Or unofficial. I think I'm too... The aircon's on in this room, so this is first world problems, but I'm trying to cool the house more than the room. And it's too hot in this room. I'm going to have to shut the door and let the aircon actually work for in this room for a minute. It's too hot. The aircon unit isn't big enough to cool the whole downstairs of my house, but I'm trying to do it as best I can because it's fucking hot today. Don't think they're ever worth looting and you're desperate. Some servers they are. Sorry, some maps they are, but on Chernarus, if you're playing on a server that's like official, there's just no loot. Experimental's a completely different hive, Pierce, yeah. I think I might go for one of these mounds. Oh, yeah, it might be, it might possibly be at the, bunker zone, mightn't it? The keycard zone. We could well be getting a respawn here. Yeah, I think it's at that. That's the bunker zone there. Where the fuck did that go? Oh, that's a fucking robbery. There's maybe I went over because I was too high up. Oh, so close. If there's somebody in the ATC or something, I'm definitely going to be dead in a sec, but... Just trying to change the angle some and then look back. I could do without being a bit ropey really, but I feel like the first shot should have hit. I went slightly above the dude's head, which I think was fine. Because the other shots looked like they were going a touch low. I should maybe have gone for the body rather than the head, perhaps. I think they were sort of aiming towards the right, yeah, but I think they'd killed somebody. Or possibly aiming in case there was another, or maybe there was another, I don't know. Oh, fuck me. Cheers, Chimney. Thank you very much. Leo, thank you. Cheers for the support. Chimney, if your question was aimed at me, I have an IX3, like the one that just came out. I've had it about 2 or 3 weeks. You think they rotated left? They looked like they were rotating right. But they could have gone anywhere. Somewhere around where that bike is, there is going to be a dead player. They may have killed the dude on the bike. I can't really stay here, can I? I could have gone anywhere. Thoughts on it? It's brilliant. I really like it. I know I'm comparing it to a Model Y. It's a much, much nicer car than that. You know, that's the Y has its plus points though. But yeah, I really, really like it. Yeah. They may well have done. They may well have killed somebody that was doing the keycard quest, and they might have just ran away with the final zone keycard. They may well have done, yeah. Yeah, lots of people talking about AC. God, it's dull on not in here, but it's on Twitter. The amount of people raging about the temperature and why we don't have AC and all. God, it's so dull. But yeah, it's a bit complicated. I think the design of new houses needs to be changed a lot. I think they really need to start making them have heating and cooling, or certainly heating that can cool makes a lot of sense, but they just don't. They don't do it even now. This is really dodgy, but fuck it, let's do it. It's really hard to see through these trees. Do you keep the aircon at night? In my bedroom, I don't keep it on in the... I have it only into 2 rooms. I have it on in the bedroom and the stream room. So I only have it in the stream room while I'm streaming. And the bedroom, I just put it on before I go to sleep. And that's pretty much it. And it works great, though. I'm so grateful to have it. I was saying it earlier, but I got back on Wednesday really late from the flight. My flight was delayed, which really caused me a lot of pain yesterday. But I arrived back to my house at 1:30 in the morning, and my bedroom has a thermostat for the heating in it. It was 31.5 Celsius. And I had to go to sleep pretty much straight away, otherwise I wouldn't be able to go to my grandma's funeral. And I put the aircon on, and it was like 20 Celsius in minutes, you know. Like, I'm so grateful that I've got it. Certainly then, anyway. You could hear steps. I couldn't hear steps. Could hear those steps. Oh, fair play. That was an SKS. The second shot knocked me. Damn it. That was his buddy still there. I was just trying to reposition a bit more north of the shots, but nah, fair play. Oh well, at least we got one. We can start from scratch. It's no big deal. I couldn't hear those other steps that some of you guys heard. I've got my headphones so low. I heard the steps then. Those were clear, but the other ones I couldn't hear. Prolly, thank you for the 44. Leo, thank you. Chimney, thank you as well. Right, okay, let's start again. No, probably not from here, actually, because this spawn is dull. Yeah, there's been a few times in recent years where I've slept on the floor, in like when I've not had aircon campers, I've slept on a mattress on the floor in the living room because it was so much cooler than upstairs. Where am I from? I live in Suffolk in England, dude. Yeah, I shouldn't have eaten the fruit, to be fair. I don't normally if I'm going to suicide, but I just did it on autopilot and then realised where I was. My least favourite spawns are Solnici and Three Valleys, I just find them really dull. I think the choices are limited, but my favourite spawns are north or south, so Cherno or Svetlo or Bereziki. It feels like a spaceship inside, as in it's very cool inside. Electro. It's not going to run for a second because I want to make sure we're in the right place. Do you have any plans for when you go to Portland? Bedroom gymnastics. I'm not very supple though, so they'll be very short and disappointing, at least from Miss Portland's perspective, I suspect. No, do I have any plans? Yes, I am going to. We are going to Seattle for the weekend, which is going to be very, very cool. I'm seeing a Mariners game, which I'm looking forward to. So I'm going to see a Mariners game, baseball, which will be good. So we've got the weekend in Seattle, and the following weekend she has a family thing, like a get-together with extended family. So I'm going to that. So I'm going to meet a lot of people in her family that I've never met before, which is going to be very cool too. No, he was crouched, Psychedelic, just a bit further back. I saw him as I turned round. He was crouched and just sort of behind a few bushes. But he shot me twice with the SK. Fair play to him. Does the UK have the electrical grid to support AC? Don't you guys run it dry every time you'll make a tea? Not quite true, but depending on the air conditioning unit, some of it's relatively efficient. So it really depends on the unit you have. Like if you have like a split unit, they're actually they don't use crazily large amounts of electricity, but they're expensive to install. It's a really tedious conversation, not right now, but in general, because for the most part, up until recent years in the UK, the summers have not been consistently hot enough to need air conditioning, you know. It's 36 Celsius outside here at the moment, and that means you need air conditioning indoors, you know. The inside of your house gets too hot, and not everyone has it, you know. But for the most part, for most of the time, up until fairly recently, there's not been enough days of that level of temperature to make it a requirement, you know. There was a really famously hot summer in 1976, a generationally hot summer, where they might have needed it. But other than that, most of the hot years have been in the last 10 or 20, you know, and it's consistently getting warmer, it seems. Now, I don't want to have an environmental debate. I'm not trying to talk about global warming. I'm not trying to say what's causing that, and I don't really want to have it, so let's not go down that road, guys. Everyone can go to Reddit and talk about it and deny it or say it exists or whatever. But by and large, it seems to be on average a little warmer now than it was, whatever the reason. And so the number of days where air conditioning feels like a must is more now than it was 30 or 40 years ago, by a lot. And most people's houses were built more than 30 or 40 years ago, so they're built for keeping heat in, not trapping heat out. Loic, so my aircon unit is a split unit that goes to 2 places, and it was £2,500 to have it installed. Plus I had to get an electrician to do the wiring for the mains because they were refrigeration engineers, so they did the aircon unit, and I had to get a Sparky to do the power. So I had a friend do that, and it cost me, I can't remember how much, maybe £200 including bits, maybe 150, I forget, but I had somebody I know that did it, but nonetheless, yeah. So but that was last year. I don't know what the cost will be this year. Everything seems to go up all the time, you know. Well, CERN, I didn't really say what I think, rather carefully so, dude. I just don't want... I can't be... I'm trying to preempt a tedious conversation between deniers and believers and something else. It's just boring, isn't it, you know? There's plenty of places where we can all do that. We don't need to do it here. A window unit's not a thing, but then you can't see out your window the same, can you, Owned? You know, like, window units have downsides. This is just a personal take, but window units seem really good for an apartment or a flat,
so they can have a midnight snack. Lol.
A window unit is a cheaper alternative, but let's say, like, out the front of your house, you've got things you want to see, then putting a window unit in is maybe not as ideal, you know. Depends on the size of your windows, I guess. Did I just die at the airfield? No. Yeah, I'm not reading that out, Redline. Did they give you an ETA for DayZ 2? No, they were talking it down and saying it's very, very early yet. So I think it's going to be several years away, many years away. But my best guess, and it's a guess, would be absolutely staggeringly early. I would be 2028, but much more likely would be 29. But that's a guess. They didn't tell us anything. Why is there military loot in here? That's weird, isn't it? What can I say about DLC and DayZ 2? Bacon. DayZ 2 exists. It's something that they're making. The lead producer of it is the guy in the picture I shared on Insta and Twitter. His name is David. He's got 1,200 hours in DayZ, and they're very, very eager to make DayZ or DayZ 2 a better game, not just incrementally better, but like they're trying to have a big scale with it, is what they were saying. That's pretty much all we've got. We've got not much else. The dude that's in charge of the game has got 1,200 hours in the game. Is in DayZ, which is positive, I think. Was saying all the right things, you know, but there was no hints that we know of. Psychedelic, no. It sounded like a lot of the decisions have not yet been made, you know. It sounded like there was still finalising things at this stage. It sounded very early from what they were saying. You think 1,200 hours playing a game that he doesn't work on DayZ Wizard? 1,200 hours is a lot more than a lot of game developers would not necessarily have many hours in another person's game, dude. 1,200 hours is a hell of a lot. Like, I think it's a very positive thing. Sometimes it feels, not for DayZ, but sometimes it feels like the developer of a game never plays it, you know?
TheRunningManZ,
so, SUville, that's cool.
Secrets. Have fun on your July trip.
But
hope you get a lot of workouts, winking face.
The point I was making was more general. I absolutely didn't mean that about the DayZ devs, and actually just said as much just now, you know. Do you suspect that Nurse will be the last official map before DayZ? I don't know, Ryder. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another one. Again, that's just a guess. I wouldn't be. I feel like DayZ has got 3 or 4 years left in it, so I believe they're going to be supporting DayZ for some substantial amount of time yet. I wouldn't be surprised if there was further progress or another DLC, perhaps maybe next year or the year after. But again, that's just guesswork. Pizza, I've no idea, dude. I've no idea, like whether they're going to do hordes or anything. Like, all of that is just guesswork from all of us, dude. I think the zombies being better would be positive. I'm not sure zombie hordes would be necessarily better, but I did SSUville. I did. It was great. I wish I was able to go there for longer, to be honest.
Back.
But
Cheers.
it was great while it lasted. I really enjoyed the walk around the map day on the Tuesday. It was pretty brutal hill climbing and stuff. It was a lot of steps, but it was a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to do it. It was probably my most I think it, aside from like finding out about new things DayZ related, obviously, but it was the best day I'd had on any of the DayZ trips so far. I did the first one with the camp experience. That was really fun. I missed some of the cool bits. They had like a zombie apocalypse kind of moment at the camp area where Rusthaven is. That was a cool moment, but I missed most of that because I had to go to hospital and have a stitch put in my head. So I missed it. So I can't really speak for that, but that day around the map was fucking brilliant. I really liked it. The what was the weather like? It was warm. It was low 30s Celsius, so not quite as hot as it is in the UK right now, but it's a lot hotter there now as well. You know, apparently on Sunday it's going to be 39 Celsius in Prague, which is pretty brutal. That's 102 and a bit Fahrenheit. Did you get any merch to take home from the trip? The best merch I got, I think they gave out Bohemia and Badlands merch yesterday, and I wasn't there because they were doing it for the festival part of the trip, and I'm not on it. Holly Rex brought some Chernarus t-shirts. She brought 15 Chernarus t-shirts, and I managed to snag one of those. I actually wore it for most of Wednesday afternoon, so I snagged some Holly Rex Chernarus travel merch. And she did take a picture of me and her wearing her merch. I don't know if she'll post it anywhere or not, but she's got the picture. She is good at merch, yeah, she is. She brought 15 t-shirts and gave them to some of the devs, and one or two of the people there got, but I snagged one. I was trying to snag one for someone else, but coming to a dev team, I think rightly so, she'd snagged mostly. Sorry, she brought mostly like large and XL and 2XL and such like. You know, that I needed a small. Dwindles, I only had one stitch in the top of my head. I banged my head on some rock in a tunnel in the dark, and I was wearing a baseball cap. Misjudged the height of the rock and cracked my head on well, not concrete, but like a rock. It was underground, and caused me some grief. I only had one stitch right on the top in the middle of my head, though. It wasn't that bad. I did see a guy up the road there, but I'm particularly worried about him. I do wonder if when that guy fired at me from the direction, I wonder if I should have gone prone, because he would have not been able to see me in the tall grass. That might have been better. Are you insinuating that our software developers are overweight? I'm insinuating that there's mostly fully grown men and a handful of women in the dev team right now, and some of those fully grown men are fully grown. Yes. Including me. I took an XL. It was pretty baggy, actually. I probably should have took a large, but I guessed my size. And XL was a bit baggy. I maybe should have took a large, but never mind. I still wore it. It was great. It's a nice t-shirt, actually. Hi, Mad Dog. Hope you're good. I would get offended, but I'm out of breath typing. Oh my god, it was a brutal walk around Chernarus. It was, yeah, I think, yeah, it was pretty full on. Is this like a first person view of Zomboid? Maybe similar, I guess, but I've not played Project Zomboid. They've been out about the same kind of time, but it's a similar type of game, much more maybe focused on what happens when you meet other players, but it's that kind of game, yeah. Paul wears a large t-shirt and an extra small peen pouch, yeah. Well, holy shit. There's a guy there. Just ran past him. Didn't even know. Tiss. I only feel partially responsible for his death. Some of the responsibility lies with him for not even noticing that I ran in. He was still moving. Oh no, I couldn't get my gun out. I couldn't hear the steps. I just can't hear steps. Someone's saying steps right. I couldn't hear them. So I didn't hear the steps. The first I knew there was a player was when the door opened. Ah, bollocks. I really need to start working out the sound. I'll go back and read Crowd Control's message at some point and start working on it, but I can't give myself tinnitus more than I already am doing, so I just can't turn the sound up louder. I can't. So it just causes that, unfortunately. There's no such thing as karma, by the way. That's complete bullshit.
Benny Hill could not have made that last interaction and death better. LUL.
Karma's bullshit, you know. If I'd have gone in that house and talked, the other guy could have shot me through the window. There is no karma in DayZ. You always die. Is there a setting so you can hear steps better? No, but I can maybe get some software or get some hardware potentially that might help me have certain things be a bit quieter and certain things be a bit louder. Not to make steps so much louder, but to make the bits that affect me more or less of a problem. And mainly it's like the... Oh, maybe I should keep this spawn. I might keep this spawn just because of the vest. There's a player over there.
TRMZG hot, TRMZG hot, TRMZG hot, TRMZG hot.
Why can I not have that? Oh, fuck me. So I'm handstake bugged. Oh, I've clicked feedback, my mistake. Fuck me dead. Batman, thank you very much. Ironballs, Benny Hill could not have made that last interaction any better. Yeah, that's probably true. Ultimoid, thank you for the 83. Dan, thank you. Liquid, thank you. Cable, Code Muncher, thank you as well. Compressors can make quiet things louder and loud noises lower using the brick wall compression method. Yeah, I know, Keza, but the problem is things like my own character's footsteps and the background noise of the game can do it, and they're not actually that loud. They're just constant. It's really tricky. It's not as easy as it's not like the gunshots are giving me tinnitus because the loud bits are really loud, because the gunshots are infrequent. It's the middle stuff that's there always that seems to cause it. Can we talk about how the US has been better in England in the Cup? Can we talk about how that's not true and it's okay to support the USA, and I hope they do well. GG. England have beaten Croatia, who are far better than any team that America has faced. So on form, England are better than USA from one perspective. Drawing to Ghana, on the other hand, that's worse form than America's form. So it's kind of hard to quantify, you know. They've played 2 games. They've beaten a team that's better than anyone the USA have played. They've drawn with a team that's worse than one of the teams that the USA have played and beat. But they're going to play tomorrow, and if they win that, they'll have 7 points from their group, not 6. So yeah, hard to say. So, but in reality, you're just trying to wind me up, you know. I hope the USA keeps getting on. I think you're probably going to get beat in the quarterfinals. But talking up wins against nobody in Australia, Paraguay, wasn't it? Like, Paraguay was shocking in that game, like really bad. And Australia were awful, and they've qualified, and fair play, but they were awful. That Australia game, the USA played well, but Australia were terrible. Right, so Sorry, one sec, guys. I know you can't see, but I just bandaged as soon as I got in the server. I think that's a bit of a nonsense take, Bomber, personally. I actually think if England play Ecuador in the last 32, if England win tomorrow, they'll play Ecuador in the last 32. I think that's a really tricky tie. England should win it, but it won't be easy. It could be really hard. I don't really understand your point, Bomber. Like, John Barnes played for England in the 1980s and 1990s. He was born in the Caribbean, and then he moved to the UK and was qualified to play for England. So he did. You know, it's not a new thing. It's always been a thing. You know, like I just think you're trying to make. Let's do us both a favour, Bomber, and stop talking about it now, rather than me getting annoyed at your nonsense. Yeah, Ecuador played really well against Germany. Germany played a strong team and they didn't need to, you know. I'll help you out and go. All right, if you only want to come here to talk about nonsense like that, then that's fine with me. Yeah, that's fine. You know, like, it's always been a thing. It's not new, you know. Ian Wright, like, I don't understand your point, you know. Like, it's the same for every country. If you're qualified to play for the country, you can. Whether it's via a parent, there's been plenty of people play for Republic of Ireland over the years that weren't born in Ireland. They were born in England, you know. It happens a lot, you know, like... But they qualified. Tony Cascarino played for Ireland because he qualified because of a grandparent. It's not a new thing. It's always been a thing. But if you want to talk nonsense and you determine that that's all you want to talk about, probably best you do go. Yeah. South Africa to win the World Cup. Good luck. Batman Ninja, thank you for the 2 months. Really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. How was Prague? Hi Cornish, it was great. Prague was really, really good. I was gutted to leave on the Wednesday evening. Obviously very glad to do so. I wasn't glad to be going to a funeral, but I had to go yesterday. But Monday to Wednesday, it was very full on. I am knackered today. My flight was delayed. My flight was meant to take off at 8:30 on Wednesday. It took off at nearly 11:30. I got home to my house at 1:30 and then had to be up at 6:30 to get my mum and my daughter to go to a funeral. So I felt a bit of a ghost of a man this morning. I went to bed about midnight. I woke up about 7:30, 8 a.m. and I just wanted to start streaming again, so I'm get back on track. So hence the title today says short stream. I've had 4 days off effectively, Monday to Thursday, from streaming, but they were much more exhaustive days than normal days, you know. Well, now that you're so tired, you should join Miss Portland and our cast of crew for Saturday Night Mecca. What you mean tomorrow night when England are playing? Redline. Yeah, I'll play Mecha Chameleon rather than watch England. What was the primary reason to go to Prague? It's something they've been doing yearly for a while. The last two, they've tied it into Rusthaven. which is like a festival LARPing RP music drinking thing. They've tied it in with that. But it's kind of a marketing tool, dude. You know, it's not particularly expensive for the devs to do. You know, like the cost of flights and the cost of a pretty cheap hotel is like they can do the whole of the last few days for the amount they would have to pay one of the big streamers to play DayZ for 1 hour in terms of a marketing budget. So it's a marketing tool, right? They've got us trying Badlands. There'll be content. There'll be people talking about Badlands. There'll be people know a bit more about it. I've been talking about Badlands today. I'm sure Wobo will have a video out at some point. Wobo attended. You know, it's for marketing. They've revealed that using this time, they've revealed that DayZ 2 is in development. They have a timeline for when they want to do these things. So clearly they intended to tease the fact that they are working on DayZ 2 officially using this as a springboard as well, you know. But it's marketing, and it's relatively cheap marketing as well. Oh, sorry. The door is going. I'll be back in a sec.
TRMZ love.
Holy shit. I have to say, I feel sorry for that dude. He was, I won't say the name of the charity, but he was a door knocker for charities, you know. Like, he was getting paid, but he was knocking on doors raising money for a charity, which is something people do, you know. Like, the charity is a very commendable one, but I don't think it's the best way to raise money for a charity personally. But walking around in this temperature, knocking on doors, oof, I wouldn't fancy that. Fair play to the dude, you know, like. It was a very cheap hotel, AJ. Yeah, it was it was so hot because I'm not such a prima donna, but it was more than 30 Celsius in the room at night. I couldn't sleep, so I paid for my own hotel on the second night because I wanted to be able to sleep. It was unbearably hot. I woke up. At one point, I was dousing my back with water from a bottle of water and then putting my back... There was a fan in the room, but it was just blowing 30-odd Celsius air at my back. But so I was putting like water on my back and then making the fan blow it off to try and cool me down enough to get back to sleep. It was really, really hot. It was, yeah, hot. One or two people that were staying walked into the room after checking in, realised immediately, and then just went and booked another room on the first day. You know, I tried one night and it was brutal, so I gave up after the one night and booked my own room for the second. Back, stomach or side sleeper? All of the above. I usually start as a side, but all of the above. I know budgets are tight, but come on. I gave the feedback. I'm not trying to throw the devs under the bus. Like Scotty, who arranges this, he doesn't set the budget. They were meant to be having us in a particular hotel. The people that paid, a few people got told the hotel we were staying in, and they booked the same hotel. That had air conditioning. It was about 10 to 15 euros a night more expensive. And then our hotel got switched to a cheaper one because the budget got shrank. And so it's not the people running it's fault, but pretty much it was the cheapest hotel in Prague. You know, it's not. I'm not really trying to throw the devs under the bus, but they get given no budget. They had to pick a hotel based on the budget. You know, it was cheap. It was 52 euros per night, including a breakfast. You know, like that doesn't leave a lot of wriggle room for a hotel, does it? You know, like. And yeah, you could feel the savings. So on the Tuesday night, I paid for my own room, and like I said before, it cost me more per day to park my car at Stansted Airport than the hotel was. I had to pay that out of my own pocket, you know. I'm not moaning about that, by the way. I'm very grateful to go about paying for my own thing. But when people see these trips, you know, like sometimes some of these, like I got invited to one by Greyzone. It was 4- and 5-star hotels, and it was flying in helicopters, and it had a lavish budget. Bohemia are a lot more savvy than that, you know. Like they are not. They're not a very spendy company, you know. So, like on the Wednesday, just I don't want to say, I'm not trying to moan here. I'm very grateful to go, but on the Wednesday, to get to the offices at Bohemia, we had to pay for our own bus ride. So we had to buy our own tram ticket to get the tram to the Prague office, and then we had to buy our own bus ticket to go from the thing. So we were on a scheduled thing, but we had to buy our own tickets. And one of the guys got the wrong ticket and then paid a £50 fine on the bus. Not a DayZ streamer, one of the armour guys. His ticket ran out and he ended up getting fined £50. But so this thing that everybody sees and they're like, oh, it's so lavish and everyone's this and that and the other. We're buying our own dinners. We're buying our own everything. We pay for our own bus rides. We put like I've had to book a hotel room myself. You know, like it's not all expenses spent. You know, like it's very, very tightly controlled. Let's say. But that's how a lot of companies are run. That's how companies can be successful. You know, I'm very grateful to go. If there's one next year and I get invited, I'll go again. You know, but I will certainly check the hotel out more, and I'll book my own if I have to. Putting money into development instead of marketing sounds good in my book. Look at so many other games that make so much money and they're way worse. Pontiff, I'm not really judging, but marketing is valuable, dude. I'm not saying that this week is necessarily valuable, but if you watch that Rory Sutherland on YouTube and understand a little bit about marketing, then not spending money on marketing is not necessarily smart, and thinking of it as a money sink is not good, because lots of good ideas and lots of things come from marketing, you know, like I think it's not necessarily a bad thing, you know, like it's kind of an interesting topic, but I do think that the devs don't, this thing that they're putting on right now is a relatively cheap thing for them to do, and they get reasonable marketing out of it without having to spend a great deal of money, you know. I think that's kind of smart, you know. I think it's a good thing to do, and I'm grateful to go, but it doesn't cost them a great deal, you know, which is good. And I did feedback to Scotty completely calmly, you know. I wasn't all irate. It was sort of like, I think I'm really grateful to have been. It's been great. Really enjoyed Tuesday, but I think the hotel budget needed a little bit more on it, and that's putting it mildly, you know. and he knows. He knew that as well. He knew it too, you know. Like, but he can't force the budget to be higher. He can only work with what he's got. Rory Sutherland is frequently wrong. I'm not saying he's always right, Ben, but he is quite an interesting chap, and understanding marketing and what they do and the benefits and some examples of how marketers for not much money have made companies lots and lots of money. Marketing has also wasted lots of money too, but it's not necessarily a bad thing, you know. Like, marketing is quite an important part of any business, you know. Like, it's, for a lot of companies, it's a shop window, isn't it? You know, shops need an attractive window to entice people in, and marketing is the budget for that for like national, international companies, isn't it? You know. Meet anyone that you're hoping to? Well, I met everybody that was going, and I knew I would. It was great to meet people I'd not met before, like Lottie and Wobo, Katiak as well. She was very cool. Like, there was lots of cool people there. Most of the people that went I'd met before, and it was great to meet them again. You know, like Holly and the Freshborns and Sour and everybody else. There was lots of people there that I'd met before and hoped to meet again at TwitchCon or wherever, you know. It was great. But it was good to meet some of the peeps that I'd not met before too, you know. That was cool. JLK was there as well. He was there, which was cool. Met him. Carlos, yeah, there's no more information than the fact that they are definitely officially working on DayZ 2. That's really all the news on that, though. It's very early doors. Kess, thank you very much for the 8 months Primal. Thank you for sniping me with the bits. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Leezy, there are some videos on YouTube of me walking around the real Chernarus map. Sorry, not YouTube, but on Instagram. So there's 4 videos of me from Tuesday on Instagram already, and I've got 1 or 2 others that I may well use. It's possible I might try and combine the real video with some in-game footage for like a like-for-like comparison at some point. But I don't know if I've got enough video footage really, but maybe. A lot of the devs were there, AJ. They're there every year. A lot of the devs are at Rusthaven this weekend as well. So a lot of the devs are around. Yeah, Sumrak's on holiday this week. Sumrak's normally there. Talus was in the office on Wednesday, who's the lead of DayZ. We met David, who's the lead of DayZ 2, and we were talking to him for a while on Wednesday. But a lot of the devs were there, yeah. They're actually building a new office in Prague, so most of DayZ are based in one building in Prague, and they're building a new building next door, and Bohemia are going in there too. But yeah, quite a few people was there. Like on Wednesday, that lad was there. Jacob Mango was there, amongst others. There were several devs there. There was others too that actually are in development of the game, as well as marketers for the game. Bullshit. I still need to work on my settings. I'm not seeing brilliantly well. No, Zemorkians, no. They've never been based in Ukraine. I think you're thinking of... what's the game where they were based in Ukraine and had to move? Was it... I can't even remember the name of the game, but there was a game that was being developed by Ukrainian developers and they had to move. Stalker 2, that was exactly who it was. It was the Stalker 2 devs that had to move. Thank you, guys. But no, DayZ have always... Bohemia is the old name for Czechia. Like if you're Bohemian, you're from the Czech Republic, as we call it, or used to call it. But Bohemia have always been based in Prague. They have offices in other places, in other countries as well, but they're from Prague. The owner is from the Czech Republic. DayZ is full of cheaters. Did you speak about it? The devs spoke about it, dude. They know what the state of the game is, dude. They are doing the best they can, but it's not a simple thing to fix. The devs are well aware of how it is, but it's not as simple as just snapping their fingers and it goes away. I'm not excusing them. The state of cheating is a big problem, but it's not like they don't know, dude. Trust us, they know. It's not like it's unique to DayZ, is it? You know, Battlefield 6 has been having all sorts of problems. Like every Call of Duty has problems. Counter-Strike has been out for more than a decade. It has lots of cheats. You know, like it's not a DayZ only problem. It's an open world online PC game problem that's not been solved as yet. Why is it always night when I come in here? Well, I've been on for nearly 3 hours and this is the first night that I've had, so yeah. Might have to make another coffee. You mean official doesn't have a Discord ticket system with admins on standby? Exactly, yeah. I don't play the lab, Victor, no. I'm not really massively into heavily modded stuffs, no. Is this the last stream before the USA trip? No. I'm going to be live for a couple of weeks. I fly on Tuesday the 14th of July. So I am going to be live ideally 5 or 6 days a week until probably Sunday the 12th of July. So we've got a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's 18 days until I fly as of today. Not that I'm counting or anything much. It's a mental problem issue, really. More like, what enjoyment do you get from shooting a game with no real end game? It's not a really complicated answer, that, dude. It's not about being good at the game. It's not like cheating in an old game, like a single-player game that was incredibly hard and you just couldn't finish. So you gave yourself infinite life so you could complete it and see the end screens. You know, it's not like that. I think for the most part, people that cheat in DayZ are the kind of people that knock on people's doors and run away. It's about the reaction you get from other people. It's about spoiling the game for others, you know. They buy the game, they maybe they're good at it, maybe they're terrible at it. They don't like it for whatever reason. They find the game annoying, they find the game slow-paced, they think it's stupid, maybe they regret buying it, maybe they've got a problem with the devs, maybe they haven't. But mostly the people that cheat in DayZ do it to ruin the experience for the others. They're not playing DayZ. They're not playing DayZ to get all the best gear and get the best loot and to get lots of kills. They're cheating to spoil the game for everybody else. That's the reason people cheat, unfortunately. It's to ruin the game. And unfortunately, DayZ is such a... If you kill a player that's been alive for 30 hours and had 10 kills on a load of interactions, you cost that person a lot more. So the stakes are a lot higher. When you're going around spoiling other people's fun, sadistically, they know they're getting more out of that, you know. And then, as you say, there is the element of people say, at least, that they start doing it because they're fed up of getting killed by other cheaters. Mikhail, I think the Battle Royale servers are not up at the moment, dude. I think the Battle Royale servers went back down. It was like I don't know if they're back now or not. Somebody else can confirm on the YouTube chat, that is. But I think the Battle Royale servers kind of closed as far as I know. That's a good find, isn't it? Who am I going for in the World Cup? Obviously England. I'm from England. I'm an England fan. I'm rooting for England. My second choice team, despite me saying they've got no chance, would be the USA, just because it'd be fun to watch that with this Portland. That would be great. But the reality is, I think France will probably win it. France, look, if they don't self-combust somehow, I think France will probably win the tournament. Mexico going far would be cool. Not for me, it wouldn't, because if England get through the last 32, they're likely to play Mexico in the last 16. The Netherlands have half a shout. They look good going forward, but I think they'll get found out defensively. Probably the same as England. England have got some decent players in midfield and attack, kinda, but they're probably going to get found out in defence. Yeah, I'm going to watch the France versus Norway game, RBZ. It's on at 8 PM in the UK. I want to watch France v Norway. That would be good. Depends who they play, but assuming Mbappe and Haaland play, that would be interesting. France-Norway is 8 PM today in the UK, Zupa, yeah. In the betting, I think it's France, then Spain, then England. I think you obviously have to give Argentina a really live shout, because Messi, even at 39 now, is still banging in the goals. They still have a shout. I'm not convinced Brazil have the shout. They look pretty poor. Again, Vinicius Junior is doing pretty well, but Brazil ain't looking that great. I know they've done okay latterly, but I still don't think they're brilliant on paper. They've got decent centre backs though, haven't they? Brazil, I guess, have got half a shout, I suppose, but I don't know. Brazil were my pick before the tournament started of the sort of not quite head of the market, but mid kind of ratings. How the fuck is England in the top three? They were beforehand homeless. One draw against Ghana doesn't change it. The win against Croatia was really solid. I think that hasn't hurt it. But drawing one game in the group stages is no bad thing. Germany lost a game yesterday. They're only like 14-1 in the betting or something. I think they were saying on the radio earlier. Thank you very much for the very long resub. Kester, thank you as well. Guys, I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee. I'll be back. I'll put that up. I'm not going to leave the server, but well, in fact I could actually. I might as well. While it's night time, I just might as well go and make another drink, have another piss, and see where we're at. I won't be long. Thought Paul was snoring. Yeah, no snoring. My mic was muted while I was gone, in case you heard me having a tinkle. So you wouldn't have heard me having a tinkle anyway, because I'm a very quiet pisser on account of me sitting down. I went through a phase. Hi Julie, by the way. I went through a phase of drinking matcha, and I tried to convince myself I liked it. It did feel like it was having a bit of a benefit on me health-wise at the time. I'm a lot healthier now, but it felt quite invigorating to drink. I was having one in the morning, but I just, no matter how much I convinced myself, I couldn't stop. Like matcha tea just tasted like horrible grass. I didn't like it. You have to put it in with other things, I think, to make it good. There's loads of it around now, but it all goes in other stuff, doesn't it, to take the taste away. It tastes like it's rank. Usyk just gave up all his belts. Is he retiring? I did think that might be the case. I heard that there was going to be an announcement from Usyk. I am not surprised. I am not surprised. I think he looked like he wasn't at it for the Verhoeven fight. I think if he's retiring, I think it's the right call, because he should go out. He's the best of the current generation. He's got nothing left to prove. If he keeps going, he's just waiting until Moses Atauma gets good enough, and then he'll get beat by Atauma. Not because Usyk is probably at his best going to be better than Atauma at his best, but at some point the talent versus age thing is going to cross over, and I feel like that's close with Usyk, and he probably knows it. Yeah, he's been a brilliant boxer. The 2 fights against Fury, he was brilliant. I think Fury, I genuinely thought Fury was the best of his generation. There's no denying Usyk is. Usyk is without doubt the best of his generation, you know. Expensive matcha slaps. I tried a couple of different types, Pontiff, and one of them was very, very expensive. It was Japanese grade or some shit, and it was a lot more money. It still tasted like shit. I think you've got to put it in other things, you know, to make it taste nicer. To my taste buds, anyway. Taste is very subjective, but I tried a standard one, and I tried a Japanese grade one that was much more money, and they both tasted like shite. I didn't like it in the beginning, but I found I have to make it like a smoothie. Julie, yeah, that somebody else is just saying the same thing on Twitch as well. Psychedelic. Did I become a full-time streamer by accident? I started being a YouTuber by accident, Jordan. I started streaming more than once every now and then by accident. So yeah, I definitely did. There was a time when I started to realise maybe I could be full-time, and then I went for it. But I started streaming by accident. I started YouTube by accident, yeah. That's a hell of a thing, though. It massively changes the dynamic of the heavyweight division, doesn't it? You know, if Usyk's going to retire, it gives people like Joshua and Fury another chance to be champion. They'll never be. I think Fury here, by the way. I don't think Joshua, but Fury can never be considered as good as Usyk. I don't think now, but nonetheless, it gives him another bite at the cherry, because there isn't anybody else, I think, that if Fury trains, nobody else in the division can beat him right now. Atauma probably can at some point, maybe in 2 years or maybe in a year, but it gives him a second bite at the cherry to be world champion again before he sails off into the... Boxing is a farce nowadays. I think some of the Misfits boxing is nonsense. It's like WWE, but I don't think boxing is. There's been some dodgy refereeing here and there, but there's always been some dodgy refereeing here and there, you know. But I think that the actual boxers are pretty decent. I don't know. All I know is someone's saying on YouTube that he's given up the belt, so I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what the deal is, whether he's retiring or what the plans are. I've no clue, but by all accounts, it's been announced today that he's given up the belts, which would
In his
you'd have to think
announcement,
he's
he
retired.
said he's leaving his belts but not leaving the sport. But who knows what that really means?
That doesn't really make any sense, does it? Why give up the belts unless you have to? He said he's leaving his belts but not leaving the sport. Who knows? So he wants to fight more exhibitions? It probably means that he doesn't want to fight the mandatory defenders. I don't know, but that's just weird, isn't it? So who's his last fight against? Is that even booked? So maybe he's going to have one last fight and then retire.
Happy 50 months. I left my gift in the shop. Sorry. TRMZ love.
Source Gaming, thank you very much. Appreciate it. No problems. It's the thought that counts. I was looking forward to that Ferrari as well. If DayZ had smarter AI survivors that acted like real players, would that make the game better, or would it ruin what makes player encounters so special? I think it's more likely the latter myself, fleshly spawned. Excuse me, even if the AI ran well, it works in Tarkov, for example, pretty well with scavs, but for me, when you see a human with a gun or an axe and you know that that's another real world player, it's one of the things that really adds to the mystery of the game or the excitement. You know that the person you're seeing is another real player somewhere around the world, and they could talk and they could be friendly or they could be shooty or whatever. If you had AI that was really good, it would muddy the decisions that we make when we see other players. It would make it worse for me. I don't personally ever want to see AI, even if it's amazing, because DayZ's a game that's much more than Tarkov in some ways and much less than Tarkov in some. Tarkov is a much better tactical shooter than DayZ is, but as a game to have adventures and encounters and interactions that are meaningful, DayZ is much more important for that, and having AI detracts from that.
Any updates on DayZ 2?
The only update really, Lion, is that the lead producer of the game, or the project lead of the game, his name is David, and he's in the picture I put on Twitter and Instagram, and it is existing, and they're finally admitting as such. So they are working on DayZ 2. It is a project, and it is well underway. I don't know what happened, Firmis, but you're all good. What are the things you want to see out of DayZ 2? Will it just be DayZ Armour Reforger or something? Well, that's one thing I certainly don't want to see knucking. I don't... Not that Armour Reforger's bad, but Armour has a particular style which doesn't suit DayZ with regards to player movement and things like that. So one of the things that DayZ did get right in the early days was mocapping real players, or real humans, and making the movement in DayZ much more real than Armour. The mill simulator has got really good stances and really good weapon hold positions and different things like that, which Armour needs because it's a mill sim, you know. DayZ needs to have players that look like they're players when they run and when they stand and when they crouch and so on, you know. I really hope that we don't, and I'd be staggered if we did, but I hope more than anything that it looks completely different than Armour, you know. Like it can have the same engine and it can have the same graphics, but it needs to have a whole new load of assets and a whole, like, it needs to have movement, like survival movement, like DayZ has. It can't look like Armour Reforger. How much of the last map release and the new is funding DayZ 2, do you reckon? I've no clue, dude. I've no clue. Calling it now, DayZ 2 will be in a decade of beta. Well, I think whenever it is, it's a ways away yet. Any mention of Sakal? Not while we've been away, really, that I can remember, no. Lionhammer, thank you very, very much. Source Gaming, Shabazz, thank you too. Right, so I've got a decent vest. I'm going to head this way. I would like to get some bullets for the blaze more than anything else, so that's what I'm going to head off and try and do. Windage in a more interactive environment, that would be great. Interactive environment could be fun. Windage could be fun, but I just don't know, you know. I don't know. Windage obviously makes sense, but I'm not sure personally. I'm not sure. Windage seems to be the sort of thing that should be in a sniper game, like Sniper Elite or something. You know, like I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad idea. I'd like to try it and see, but long-range fights are actually really rare in DayZ as it is, and they're normally quite situational. I think adding in windage that you can't really check when you're shooting at someone 700 meters away that's shooting at you, I don't personally think it would add too much to the game. It seems like it would be much more in a sniper simulator game than this, personally, but I'd like to try it to see. I think it's going to be called DayZ too, Tizzy Rascal. Are my questions stupid? I don't know, Robert. I didn't see the last one, I don't think. DayZ 2 is getting a new engine. Well, it'll be getting the engine that Arma Reforger and Arma 4 uses, you know, which is... basically, this game we're playing right now uses some of that engine and some of the old legacy code from Arma from back in the day. It will have the completely newly updated version. So it will still be Bohemia's engine, but it will be the one that they've been making for Arma 4 for many years. So this engine, but much more polished and more up to date, with no armor stuff. Well, I know that DayZ. I know that we all know. Well, most people know the Z stands for zero, dude. But I still don't think that matters when they call the game Day02 or DayZ. It doesn't really matter. I think that's fine. I don't think they need to do much more complicated than that. From a sales perspective, calling it DayZ2 is an absolute no-brainer, rather than calling it something clever that actually hurts your sales. You know, I think that's what it will be. Yeah, we'll see, Joe. I read your whole message. I think they are very, very conscious of how important DayZ 2 is. Trust me, that David dude reiterated it multiple times. You know, they're aware of how important it is, and are taking it very, very seriously by all accounts. You know, so it'll be interesting to see. It doesn't stand for zombies, Declan. It's not Day Zombies. It doesn't stand for zombies. In fact, the devs used to be so anal about it. They used to call them infected all the time because in their mind they weren't even zombies, but that doesn't really matter. Mick Road, thank you for the 45 months. Nucking, thank you very much as well. Lionhammer, cheers for the support. Source Gaming, Shabazz, thank you as well. You won't change my opinion with mere evidence and fact. Fair enough. Professor, that could be interesting. Like we were speculating as a group because the lead producer was sort of talking about how they wanted to make it way. They didn't just want to make a version of DayZ, but incrementally better. They wanted to make big changes, make big improvements. Is kind of what they wanted to do something grand, is what they were saying, without telling us what that meant because they're too early to talk about it, right? But we were speculating as to what that might be, and several of the options were things like changing the time the game takes place, changing the settings, obviously the scenery, and all sorts of other things. But I don't know. Who knows? Like whether you could set it inside a point of like it during a World War II or something, you know, like whatever it might be. But who knows? I just hope it's completely different area and completely different looking map with different assets that's set somewhere that's not. I did ask that question. I said, is it going to be based in Chernarus, Russia? But they just wouldn't give anything away. I was like, is it going to be based in like Chernarus Russian area, like somewhere Eastern Europe or Western Russia? And they just wouldn't say. Do I like Sakal? To a point, yes. It's far from perfect though. I think they're aware of Sakal's shortcomings as well. Sakal is a really good map for a few hours, but it doesn't have very good mid to end game. It's too small. It's all good, Robert. I just seen you. You got nothing to apologise for, dude. But I'm reading 2 chats, so it might be sometimes that you might write 8 messages and I miss them all. You know, like I've seen 2 back to back, but I'm reading Twitch chat, I'm reading YouTube chat, and I'm playing the game, so I'll miss many messages. Just potluck which ones I see and which ones I don't. I don't read people's names by and large. If I'm having a conversation directly with someone and I ask them a question, and I'll look out for their name so I can reply, but. Otherwise, I just read the message. I don't read the name. I read the message and start responding while I'm checking the name of who I'm responding to. You know, like. It would be interesting to have like a multi-environment map, D-Sean. Like Dear Isle has that to some extent, but who knows what could be possible. Dynamic weather, so it could rain in one part of the map and not in others, would be good. You know, that would be very good. You could have it so some areas are less likely to rain than others. Even that would be good. Paul never reads my messages, peepo sad. And then I saw it was from Danish editor and contemplated just ignoring it again.
On JMC.
Rusty Rambo, thank you for the 14 months. Mick, thank you very much too. Well, he's certainly a very talented map designer. That's very much the case. There's no doubt about it. They've done similar in the past. Obviously, Sumrak made Namalsk. There's a whole host of modders there, but there's a challenge with these things, you know. DayZ are based in Prague, and they pay wages based on being in the Czech Republic. So there's a challenge to that, you know. If you like, Prague is a cheap place to live compared to many other places. But if you're developing a game in Germany, for example, the cost of living there is so much higher. You're going to have to pay a much higher wage, right? And so gaming development is a worldwide market, so that is one of the challenges. Bohemia, DayZ tend to have a lot of young developers that are learning their trade, and a lot of older developers that are kind of settling down and have done the middle part of the career where they earn the most money, you know. So one of the guys at DayZ was talking about this, you know. They don't pay a worldwide premium wage for fully qualified people at the top of their career, at the peak of their career, in their late 20s to early 40s, let's say 50s. I don't know. They have a lot of people learning the job and learning to be developers, and a lot of people at the tail end who've got their family and want somewhere to settle down. And Prague is a nice place to live, and it's quite a cheap place to live, you know. So they don't have the middle play. They don't. If you think of a football analogy, they have a very young team mixed with some older players, but they don't have any players at the peak of their powers that go to all the really big clubs. You know, they're more like a Brighton or a Brentford or whatever. You know, they've got to get the players and develop them on. Like Croatia's national team, yeah, similar. Was John McClane there? Enki, at the event, it was only streamers and YouTubers with fairly decent audience sizes as DayZ goes. The point of this trip for now is to try and entail a little bit of marketing from it as well. So they're choosing streamers and video makers that get an audience. So, for example, JLK went, who has nearly 1 million subscribers and gets crazy views on his channel. You know, he's a very big YouTuber. They're going for the people that can give them a little bit of marketing back for the money they spend, you know. Of course, John McClane does massively large amounts for the community, as do lots of other people, you know, server hosters, community hosts, and so on. There's many, many strings to it, but given that they're doing this as a marketing thing, they choose for this so far streamers and YouTubers because they're the ones that can give them the marketing. Do I speak Japanese? I barely speak English, dude, but I definitely don't speak Japanese. I'd love to learn Italian, like Neo in the Matrix learns Kung Fu. You know, if I could learn it without putting much effort in, that'd be great. No, there's other people there, Hushbang. There's other people There's Marks is the community manager. He's from England. Sorry, from Ireland. I'm throwing him under the bus there. He's Irish. You've got that lad who's from England. They've got developers from other countries. You know, it's not just Czech people there. I haven't got the bullets for that. I'd love to go and have a go, but I haven't got any blaze rounds. Do you think quests will be a bigger part of the map creation going into the new game? I don't know. I suspect the answer to that question is probably no. I think there will be a part of it, but I don't think there'll be all of it, because quests have a limiting amount of replayability. Look at Sakal, for example. The quests are... The key quest with the containers is an elaborate quest that's quite fun to do once or twice, but once you've done it once or twice, you don't really want to keep doing it, you know? I think quests will be part of map design, but I don't think it will be all of it, because for me, the most replayable map is Chernarus, and it doesn't really have a proper quest. Livonia has a bunker. It doesn't make you want to play it more than Chernarus, you know? Good map design makes you want to play it. Likewise, Sakal has got a couple of quests. Oh, shit. She don't even know. She didn't even know her other half had gone deaded. It's interesting that it's a global community but only paying local rates. Counterintuitive. Well, it's just the way they run their company, Hushbang. Like, pretty much the owner's prepared to accept that they're going to have developers learning their trade and get 3-4 years out of people as they're qualified. They know what they're doing a job, you know, but they're learning, and then maybe they go and do their lots of their career somewhere else, you know, and then they're going to get people on the other end of the scale, you know, but that's their decision as a business. It's what they've always done, and it's done them pretty well so far, you know. With any company though, like where it is affects how much, like, it is obviously a global market, but there is a decision to make, you know, like you can earn twice as much in a city where it costs twice as much to live, or you can earn half as much in a city where it's like that's a factor any job, you know. It's the same with any, if you're working for a bank, like if you're working for a bank in London, you're going to get paid a lot more than if you're working for a bank in Prague. And I mean like a world bank. I don't just mean like sitting on the desk, you know, like it's the same thing. It's the same with most companies, isn't it, you know? Right, let's drop that. This is slightly dangerous given there were shots just before. To make DayZ harder, just have it make the Zeds tougher. But why is that necessarily good, James? Just imagine you're going to Novi Sobor and the devs are so tough that it takes you 2 hours to loot Novi Sobor. You know, would that be good? If it was so tough because the zombies were so tough, it took you 2 hours to get out of Electro when you spawned. Would it make the game better or would it make the game slower? Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. It's one way the game could go, and it might be great. But having really, really hard zombies makes the game more of a single-player type experience rather than multiplayer. You know, like potentially. I don't think it's just from a streamer side, dude. Before I ever was a streamer, I wouldn't have wanted it either, Corndog. It's not just because I'm a streamer. For me, the beauty of DayZ has always been when you meet other players, you know. If someone tried to kill me, I wanted to kill them. If someone took a shot at me, I wanted revenge. I know I shoot at players, but if someone tries to kill you and you kill them, it's really satisfying. It's one of the best things about DayZ, in PvP anyway, you know. Like, and making the game really slow and making it take really long to loot and really long to deal with Zeds, that's PvE, you know. PvE is fine if you want a hard PvE experience. But DayZ at its core is about what happens and the stories that happen when you meet other players. And if you make the PvE experience really tough, you take away from the other side, you know. It's a very hard balance to strike. Can you explain how they can't fix the duping of loot? No, I can't. I'm not a dev dude. They've made multiple changes to try and fix it, and people find new ways to dupe, as far as I gather. I think that probably will get sorted at some point. I think that the hacking on DayZ is going to be harder, cheating. Rusty Rambo and Mick Road, thank you very much. I do need to wash my hands, but I drank my water and didn't fill it up, so... Exactly, file transfer. Like, people that have played DRL a lot are not necessarily massively big fans of the Stag Zeds in certain parts of the map, you know. They actually don't... Like, a Stag Zed, if it's a helicopter crash site near a lower tier area, you can't go to it as a new spawn because the Stag Zeds make it impossible, you know. They're 60 punches to kill them or something. Yes, it's harder, but it just means you can't do it. You have to have a gun. You have to be able to... You either have to cheese them or you have to have the gear to go... You can't go to the helicopter crash site to get gear. You already have to have gear to go to the heli site, you know. Quick recap on the trip, just came in. Walking around the real Chernarus on Tuesday was absolutely brilliant. It was my favourite thing I've done. I've done 3 of these trips. That was my favourite thing by far. It was fucking amazing to be walking down the sniper tree line, seeing Novi and Starry and all of the same hills and the same tree lines as the game. That was brilliant. I really, really liked that. It was great to finally get confirmation from the devs themselves that they're making DayZ 2 and meet the project lead. That was brilliant. It was only a quick thing, but it was brilliant. to know that DayZ 2 is going to be a thing and it's official is a very, very cool thing. And I also got to play Badlands for 2 hours. I'd lived the whole time. I wasn't disappointed. It was fun. There were bits I didn't like. There were bits I really, really liked. But overall, I think it's going to be a very big map with a lot of choices. And I think it'll be good. I think it'll be successful. I think people will like it. Tissy, I'm not saying you're wrong, but what are you basing that on? Like, on what basis is console bigger than PC? Like what figures are you basing that up on? No, I didn't really look out for snipers, Banks. I wasn't particularly worried. Well, it's certainly got mechanics in it for dealing with the heat LSK, so you're going to have to try and manage that, you know, like you can cool yourself down with water, you can, like, you're going to be warm in the map, you're going to be yellow temperature and you're going to need more hydration and you're going to have to cool yourself down, you've got to wear clothes that are low insulation and such like, you know. I ran around not really caring and spent my whole time pretty much yellow hydration, yellow temperature, so I was having to drink a lot more and manage that a lot more. That's what I was after. Don't know a release date yet, PJ. Do a poll, how many are on PC or console? That's not very rigorous, dude. That's not very rigorous. Like a poll of the people watching. My gut feeling at trying to understand my audience is more people play on PC in the chats right now, but the poll is irrelevant anyway, you know. Like, also trying to compare stats is kind of hard because DayZ's been out on PC since December 2013. It sold like millions and millions and millions of copies, whereas lots of people on Xbox, for example, play via Game Pass, which might make DayZ money, but it probably makes less money than if they buy the game outright at full price, you know. Like, it's hard to know which is which, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. It's not a pissing contest. I don't really know, but you seem to be talking in facts, and I just wondered where your facts were coming from. But you don't. Now you're saying I should do a poll to prove you right. My gut feeling is more people play on PC than anything else because they're more conversations that I have. There's more, but I'm playing on PC, so maybe more PC viewers watch, you know, PC players watch. But obviously console is very fragmented. You've got 2 different PlayStations, you've got 2 different Xboxes, and there's a lot of players across those, and it's been a very big success. It's a good thing. There's soon to be Switch 2 players maybe added to that as well. So it's a really big market. It's been really important for DayZ. It's one of the reasons DayZ is still here, I think, is that. So I'm not talking that down. I was just wondering where you were getting your kind of stats from as such, you know. Alright, I think we are going to have to drop a little bit of meat. This is all really good meat as well. I'd rather have 2 leather kits. Oh, I don't actually need to drop hardly any. And I can actually put the knife. I made the belt, I never put the knife on it. Fuck me dead. Oh, I'm going to leave them anyway. I can't really do a poll on Someone do a poll on Twitch right now. One of the mods, if you can. Do you play DayZ on PC or any console? Just do that. Let's just do that. Just on Twitch. So just two options: any console or PC, and let's just see what the outcome is. You don't need to type it, Jillyweed. It's all good. We'll see what it is. But across console, that's 4 different platforms, right? So it'll be interesting to see what the stats are. And I'm not trying to prove a point. I don't know. I would expect. My guess is it'd be roughly 50-50, but that's a guess. You can do it on YouTube. I don't know how to, Auspicious, but they're doing it on Twitch because it's just easier. Like, I'm sure you can do a poll on YouTube. Yeah, I'm sure you can, Banks, but I've been a YouTube streamer for 2 or 3 years. I've been a Twitch streamer for 10 or 11 years, so I guess which one I know the ins and outs of more, you know? I guess phrase the question is which format do you primarily play DayZ on? Because some people will have both for sure. You know, you need to give them both one option, one or the other. I think would be better. So there'll be a poll on Twitch in a minute. Yeah, cheers, crowd. Thank you. Fuck. Oh, shit. Bad, very bad. There's at least 2. There was one in the car I could have shot at. I'm not sure if my shot hit. That last shot I took at the one in the front of the house, the second to last shot, it may have hit. I couldn't tell. But I had to keep running because the other guy was already coming up the hill and kind of flanking me. I just hit his fucking gun. Fuck's sake. I hate that so much. May have ruined his gun, it may have only damaged it, but that's so annoying. He did flinch, I think, so it may have hit him as well, but I didn't see any blood because it was smoke from the gun. This is really stupid. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. My positioning was really good to be waiting on the line I thought they'd come up from. I'm unlucky not to get that shot, but... I don't know. Oh, fuck me. He was right next to me. What was the result of the poll? So on Twitch, it was 75% of the audience were PC players and 25% were console. That was the result on Twitch. %76% PC, 24% console. So that would tell a different tale, I'm afraid to say. That sucks. It was a bit of a pain in the bum not having a close range weapon, but I think my positioning was kind of okay. But I wasn't looking for a dude close to me, or maybe I should have been. Honestly, I'm not surprised by that, by the way. Like, I'd expect there to be a lot more players on PC in general. The game's been out for way longer on PC. Like, way longer. And also, a lot of people that get it on console then gravitate to PC because it has a lot more things. You know, you can play DayZ and the mouse and all the other things. This is Summer Chernarus, you know. That a lot of people that get really hardcore on DayZ then get a PC so they can play all the other bits that make DayZ more interesting potentially, you know. Twitch doesn't support the world. Tissy, you're one person making a claim that more people play on console because you play on console. And yet, a cross-section of 1,300 people says it's 3-1 the other way. And rather than go, well, that's interesting, you're saying that what you say as one person is more right than what hundreds of people say. Yeah, what you're doing there is conflating what you think with what everybody thinks. I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying I certainly know that DayZ has sold way more copies on PC than it has on console because it's been out longer. The figures, the selling figures show that, right? But that doesn't change too much, you know. We also get Steam figures that show how many people are playing, but I've never studied how many people play on console. But I bet more people play. However many are on Steam right now, I bet there's more on Steam than there is on console put together. I don't really know what argument you're making now. Like, you said do a poll, and I did a poll, and now I've done a poll that you requested, and you don't like the answer. The reason that the answer's not what you wanted is because it's my people. Hi Lisa, how you doing? So there's 46,237 playing on Steam right now. That's pretty good. Sletter, you got your masters. Thanks for sharing, Crowd Control. Congratulations. That's very, very, very cool. GG. Congratulations. GG. Thanks for being my second monitor entertainment during my 5 years of studies. Dude, that's insane. GG, man. I'm glad that PC is sorry, not PC. I'm glad that DayZ is available on multiple formats, and that's a good thing. But I'm not really. I don't care. If a million played DayZ right now on console, that'd be fucking brilliant. I wish it was happening. You know, it would be great. I don't really care what's the most popular. I'm pretty certain that PC as a standalone format has way more players than anywhere else. But that makes sense. You know, like, it's a game that was made for PC and it's been out for more than 10 years on it. There's definitely a scar, Snafu. There is definitely a scar in that picture today. And there's another gun that looks a bit like a PPSH or similar in the other photo. How do I feel about DayZ 2? I'm very glad it's in production. I'm very, very glad it's in production. I've been hoping we would get it one day. I'm very glad that we will get it one day, yeah. You guys can't keep an official server. That's where console shines. I don't really understand what you're just changing your whatever your point is now. You know, I don't get it. You know, like there's loads of people complaining about cheating on Xbox right now because the devs have been forced to open it up. So I think you're an Xbox player from what you've been saying. Microsoft have insisted that DayZ be like on Xbox. Make it so it's cross-platform, so you can, if you're on Xbox, you can play with PC players. That's what they want for Game Pass. They want you to be able to play on Game Pass from your PC or from your Xbox in the same servers. So they've had to do it, and so now there are cheats on console. Hi Lottie, hope you're good. Hope all is well. I'm not denying it. There's loads of cheats, but that's not what you. I don't know what your point is now, Tissy. You're kind of arguing with yourself. First it was that there was more players on console, then you said do a poll, then you didn't like the outcome, now you're changing the argument. Everybody knows that there's loads of cheats on PC. There's no denying it. It's not awful. I played it in the last 2 months. I've got 3 videos on my YouTube channel on official. One where I got 12 kills and definitely didn't die to a hacker, you know, like. You can have good runs, but there is clearly a problem with cheating on PC. There's no denying it, like there is on every PC multiplayer game. You know, there is. Chilling in a hotel. I saw in the group that you were in a hotel, and I wondered. Yeah, fair play, Lottie. I think staying because you felt you had to was not the way. So, yeah, I think doing what feels right makes sense. You've got aircon in the hotel, have you? That seems lucky. Well, I'm glad you're somewhere where it's comfortable. I was checking the weather. On Sunday, it's going to be 39 Celsius in Prague. 39. Well, fair enough, Lottie. That's cool. Like that makes sense. But well, it makes sense for you, I mean. But yeah, fair play. There is no building mechanic in Badlands, that's all rumour. That's not true, Oliver. I've seen it myself. There is a building mechanic in Badlands. I've seen it. I played Badlands for 2 hours. In some of the buildings, you can open your inventory and you can see the base building menu in the building as standard. And you can... I also found some cement that you can use. So some of the buildings as standard are basically like bases that aren't finished, and you can finish them off and make them your base by the look of it. Might as well take both for now. So yeah, I like I was talking earlier about it, but yeah, there is definitely some kind of fortifying mechanic in Badlands. I found a couple of the encampments that had bricked up walls, which were already done, and when you go around and open in your inventory, you can see the base building in inventory inside random huts and random buildings that you can then improve upon.
Welcome back from Chernarus.
So Wobo was right. Never mind Wobo, I was right. Wobo suggested that you might be able to rebuild houses, as in there'll be houses that are broken that you can rebuild, a bit like Wells, in a video ages ago. And he may have subsequently talked about it, but when they announced Badlands, the very first thing I said on stream was that I bet they do barricading like base building. That's the first thing I said. Am I allowed to say this? Yes, I am, John. Yep, I am. They told us that anything we saw in Badlands, we were allowed to talk about it. So anything that we played in Badlands, in fact, anything I saw on Wednesday at the offices, anything we saw, we're allowed to talk about. There's nothing that there's any secrets about. If we saw it, we're allowed to tell it. So they're happy for me to share anything that I saw from my experience playing Badlands. Microsoft does not make games on Game Pass go crossplay. That's ridiculous, Oliver. It's one of the caveats that I know this from the dev team. So saying it's ridiculous, the devs were told you either make it so DayZ works on Game Pass on PC and console, or you can't be on Game Pass anymore. And so they were forced to make the change. That's not ridiculous. That's what happened. And as Microsoft are clearly, like, they're edging closer to it, right? Game Pass is relatively new on PC. They're clearly making it a thing. They're trying to... The next Xbox is basically going to be, more so than ever, a PC in a console disguise, right? They're wanting the two to be interlinked because it helps them be more powerful than Sony, you know? Like, they clearly want that, and that's what they're doing. So the devs were told categorically by Microsoft they either went crossplay or they couldn't stay on Game Pass. That's a fact. I'd heard it direct from a developer. They've already teased a Code Lock Riot song. I believe one of the other people that was playing found a Code Lock. Will you streamers still get it a little bit earlier, or was this trip and place I've given you early access? F and Agent, lots of streamers. It wasn't just people that went to the event that got early access. There will be an early access period, yes. I actually made that point very strongly about how it should be shorter than it was last time. The shorter the better. But I'm sure there will be an early access section, yeah.
$1K hours on Xbox made me switch to PC. Duping and Cronus users.
Matic, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Am I on a specific loot route? Nicholas, I am kind of... I'm going to the summer camp up in the hills right now. That's where I'm going. I need to go to a well, but rather than go to the well down the hill, I'll go to the one at the summer camp. Ethan, they didn't really give us any info, but it'll definitely be on console. Who knows, though? It is funny that people want to deny, like like literally I hear firsthand and retell it that that's what the reason for it happening is, and yet people want to try and say that that's not. Like, okay, but yeah, they obviously make money from being on Game Pass, and they need to continue that. Crossplay is not a requirement for games for Windows to be on Game Pass for PC. It may well be in the future, Oliver. You know, it may well be. You know, they have a contract for some years for it, and it may well be something that's happening. I don't know what you're arguing about. That's why the devs have done what they've done. Of course, there'll be games that aren't crossplay right now, but it will change over time. And any new game that's going on it likely will more and more become a thing, because that's what Microsoft have made DayZ do to stay on it in the mid to long term. Oliver, do you know what? Just let's move on. The devs have said regularly that they weren't going to do crossplay. They clearly are not undoing what they've done because they've been told to do it. It's just nonsense, dude. Like, what you say is best rather than... Like, what you know is more than what the devs know. But Microsoft are joining console and PC more and more and more. We can all see it. PC players can see it. There's way more stuff on your PC now that's Xbox related than there used to be. It's pretty fucking obvious that it's something that's an ongoing progression, isn't it? You can see it. So the dead zombie there's not a good sign, unfortunately. That means that we ain't likely finding too much. Ian, if you want to see what my graphics settings are, you can type exclamation settings in the chat. Somebody will probably beat you to it, but on YouTube this is, and you can see a picture of my settings. Cheers, Coach. There you go. So if you click that Nightbot command, you can see my 129 settings in there, dude. And Pinkster's done it too, thank you. Matic and Matt Pugh, Fishmaster, thank you for the resubs. Rom Soli, thank you for the 57. Green Hands, thank you. We will get DayZ 2 before we get GTA 6. I wouldn't be surprised if it's about the same time on PC at least, yeah. Right, I think it's time to have my protein shake. I've got no fried meals this week, obviously, first world problems, but where I've not been here, I obviously cancelled my order. I didn't want a week's worth of meals when I'm not going to be here for most of the week, so I'm having chicken thighs for dinner. I had a pork chop for lunch. It was fucking glorious. But anyway, I've got chicken thighs for dinner. I don't really want to eat them while streaming because it's like a eat with your hands type thing, and it's a bit of a pain in the ass. So I'm not having dinner until after stream. So another reason for this stream to be short, beyond the fact that I'm absolutely fucking shattered. So yeah. And anyway, I'm going to have my protein shake, and I've been on for 4 hours. I'll be on for at least another hour. I might manage 2, but yeah, I'm going to have dinner after the stream. Yeah, I got 2. I got another pork chop for maybe Sunday as well. They are glorious. Ugh. Boo. They argue about things from 10 minutes ago. Yeah. Hi, Uncle Fee, by the way. Okay, I'll try it again. Will it be out for console at the same time as PC?
I can't
None of us know,
believe in
Muff
the end the
Daddy.
leaked
None of us
Microsoft
do.
PowerPoint was
No.
right.
This is me guessing, but I would guess that DayZ will want to release... Bohemia will want to release on all platforms at the same time if they can. But, for example, PlayStation don't allow early access, so none of us know. We didn't get any info about this, so none of us know. We can speculate though, right? But PlayStation don't allow early access, so it won't come out on PlayStation if they have an early access phase. It'll come out when it's 1.0. I suspect they probably won't do that. I think they'll release it everywhere and call it... Again, this is just guess. We didn't get any information, so this is me guessing, but I don't feel like DayZ 2 will go down the alpha beta release. I don't think it will, but that's a complete guess. Prague was great, Stefanos. Prague was really great. It was great to see parts of the real map, but in actual Czechia, it was really good. Regan, thank you very much for the support. That leak from Microsoft was just speculation as what they could potentially sell in the future. Yeah. Yes, definitely Skept. Did you get a peek? Not at DayZ 2, Kevin, if that's what you mean. They were describing it as very, very early, so none of us have seen DayZ 2. You have a burrito. Oh. Andrew, they do. What do you mean they do? How did the clothing feel on Badlands? I was near permanent yellow hydration and I was taking low insulation clothing. But the weather changes between night and day. Interestingly, the test server was third person and dark. It was pitch black nighttime. Now, that's not to say that's how it will be, but that's the test server we were on. It was third person, but with dark nights, which was different. But it was just a test server. That doesn't mean it will definitely be like that, but that's how it was. But the temperature during the day is very, very hot. So you do have to factor that in. Yeah, like you are cold. Sorry, you are hot. You have to drink more. I would play Badlands for 2 hours, Stephanus, yeah. It was on a LAN setup and close to full server, I'd guess. There was lots and lots of PCs all set up, all together. I lived the whole 2 hours. I didn't die, but I struggled a bit for hydration. I didn't find a single well. I didn't really go to the villages very much, though. I found a few cans of drink in the spawn town, and then I was eating food, and I killed a sheep and cooked it. So I got most of my hydration that way, and then I found 3 canteens all in one place, and they were all full of water, but I got cholera from drinking that water, but I was drinking it anyway. One sec, guys. How was the performance? It was pretty good. It was pretty good. It seemed to be running pretty well. I had one zombie that was a little bit janky, but the zombie AI is the same zombie AI as we have now, pretty much. There seemed to be another attack, but I honestly, I wasn't really focused on the zombies very much. I was more focused on exploring the map, and I was trying to get away from places and get as far into the map as I could. So I kind of ran mostly west, I think, from memory. And I found a dam, which was very cool. I found some actual standing water, which is quite rare, and went running in it just for a bit because it was hot. And it was cool. It was really like the first time I'd ever seen the map, and I didn't die, and I travelled a long way, and I saw quite a lot of different things. It was kind of cool. Didn't find crazy good loot though, but it was alright. Andrew, well, the devs couldn't release DayZ on PlayStation until it was 1.0. So that's what they did. That's why it didn't come out at the same time on PlayStation. DayZ didn't come out on PlayStation until it was 1.0. It's also why there's no experimental. There's no experimental for PlayStation because they can't do it. They have experimental patches for Xbox. They don't have experimental for PlayStation because they can't do it. So I don't know what point you're trying to prove. The devs themselves have said it. I'm fed up with these arguments, right? The devs have said they can't do early access on PlayStation. They can't do experimental on PlayStation. They're not allowed to do it. Is there a lot of empty places? Honestly, I got up to a hill and I was surveying the area. There's a lot of them are towns, but there's a lot of points of interest, and they're all relatively close together. It's a very, very big map, but I didn't see big gaps. Like I went up onto a big hill like a mountain away from everything, and as you scan around, you see a lot of villages. There's lots of places close enough together, so I don't think it's going to be loads of crazy running in the open for miles from one place to the next. Completely honestly though, I don't particularly enjoy, anyone that's seen me play Takistan knows this, I don't particularly enjoy looting those encampments with the like the walled areas, and there's like a little room in one corner and a building with 2 rooms and a roof in the next corner and the same in the next corner, and I don't find that particularly exciting to loot because you have to travel an awful lot of places to get to 1 or 2 points where there might be loot. So somehow instinctively I prefer to go to where there's more rooms and more loot points in any one place. DayZ 2, please elaborate. Ram, the only thing there is right now is confirmation from the devs that it's being made and that it's very early, but it is being made and it's definitely in production. Hi Bapples, I did see your message earlier, dude, but I was just going live, so I didn't get to it. Apologies, I might forget now because it's open. But I saw your Discord DM and then I didn't get any further because I was just going live when I saw it.
Future updates to Sakal?
They didn't say anything about Sakal QO, no. I don't think there'll be much. This is just me guessing, though. I don't think there'll be much for Sakal right now, but it would be good if there was, but I actually thought this was a bag I could make bigger and it isn't. So yeah, no bueno on that. I don't even know why I'm keeping the sticks. I'm just leave them. I thought that was a courier bag, stupidly. It was great, Alva. I had a great time. If you check out my Instagram, type !Insta, you can see a few videos I made around like overlooking Starry and Novi and from Skyrim Mountain and a few other places. It was like walking in towards Mogilevka on the road that's in the game, and you could see the barn, and the topography of it was the same as in the game. It was very, very cool. Which team do you think is favoured to win the World Cup? France. I think France before the tournament it was France and Spain. Based on everything we've seen so far, it's France. Doesn't mean they'll win it though, you know. Like, they might get to the final and lose to somebody else. They might not get to the final at all. I think France on paper have got the best team, but quite often the 5th best team wins it, or the 4th best team, you know. Argentina weren't the best team in the last World Cup, but they still won it, you know. Sumrak was on holiday this week, so he's not there. There was a car. What, driving? Or it doesn't matter anyway. I'm going this way. Did you show the devs your map of Livonia and its issues? They actually watched that at the time. They talked about it on a Enki. They talked about it on one of the devs' live streams years ago when I made that video. They did talk about it and said that they pretty much agreed with the content of the video, but there was only so much they were able to do. There was a car driving. I really am fucking deaf. I need to sort something out with the audio. I just got to. I didn't hear it. It might also be that I'm talking as well, but I've got my audio so low I just don't hear shit. It's like I'm playing with a handicap to not get tinnitus worse than it already is. Nobody knows, Truth Seeker. There's no way of knowing about price or anything. Hi Calm 8796, hope you're good. Just buy a damn sound card and don't cheap out. Dude, I have a headphone amplifier and a pair of like $2,000 headphones. The issue is not the technology, the issue is that I have to run the volume low because I have tinnitus, like I just explained already. Is it permanent? If I don't stream for a while, it gets better. If I'm off for 2 weeks, it pretty much goes away. What headphones do you use? They're Sennheiser HD 800s, 800S. How comfortable are 2K headphones? They're like having like the boobs of an angel draped around your ears. They are pretty. To be fair, all Sennheiser headphones are really comfy. I didn't pay that money for them, by the way. They were a lot cheaper when I got them, and I had a faulty pair of all DayZ ones, so they were slightly easier to buy because I had an expensive pair of headphones break, so they weren't so much of a jump. But if I broke them now, I wouldn't buy them again. I'd get a cheaper pair, but at the time it was kind of an easy decision to make. Dr. Berg has a new video out highlighting the link between tinnitus and diet. Well, my diet is really, really good, dude. It has been for a while. I've lost like 81 pounds in the last year, and I'm eating loads of fresh fruit and nuts and all sorts of shit. So I seriously doubt it's my diet that's causing it. I think it might be the headphone usage, and the fact that when I stop using my headphones it goes away would probably be a I think depending if you're working around heavy machinery and not wearing ear defenders, it would probably be that caused it, you know. And unfortunately for me, my diet doesn't change, but when I don't stream for 2 weeks, it goes away. You know. I use speakers and hear direction quite... speakers are really tricky with a microphone, dude, because then you're going to get feedback. Like, you guys might hear it over my... It would be really hard to set up with speakers whilst having a microphone at the desk talking to you guys, you know. It would potentially feedback, wouldn't it? It would cause all sorts of issues. Spaced out. Well, it's not my diet, dude. Like, my diet doesn't change when to stop using the headphones, does it? You know, and I am on effectively low carb. I have very few. I have some carbs, but I don't have a lot. I have hardly any because I've been losing weight. I think it's much more likely. The sound of my own character's footsteps for 6 to 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for 10 years, dude. Like, that alone is loud. You know, it seems loud to me right now. I think it will be 2029-ish, dude. That's a guess, though, regarding DayZ 2. Let's continue to crack on this way. Yeah, it was great, Nomio. It was great. I had a really good time. OJ, I've spilt the beans all day. I'm quite glad I've done this stream because hopefully it'll take a little bit of the spilling the beans off the menu for the next streams. But it was great. It was good. Real DayZ, like Chernarus visit, was amazing. Just finding out that there's going to be a DayZ 2 properly, officially, was very fucking cool. Badlands was fun, played it for 2 hours, saw quite a lot. That's what they're doing now, Stefanos. I've come home early, so I had to go to my grandma's funeral yesterday, so I've come home early. And a load of the guys are... they're now doing exactly that. They're in a tent for 4 days, or three nights. Lepapi, that's exactly the problem. If I want to hear other players' footsteps, I have to turn all the ambient sounds up, and like you say, the ambient noise in a piercing register, like my own player's footsteps. If it's bad weather, the rain, just the sound of the rain hitting the ground can be deafening. You know, thankfully none of that here, but I have to have all of those ambient noises louder than I want in order to have a chance to hear footsteps. I'm sure other creators will go into more depth. So I'm sure Woboy will have a video out where he talks about everything he's seen so far, you know. I'm sure he'll have that out at some point very soon, you know. But there's only so much to say. Like, there's nothing we can say about DayZ 2 other than guesswork, because we all got told the same thing. Yes, it's official. Yes, it's happening. It's very early. There's nothing more to say, you know. That's what we got. Nearly 6 stone. I think 6 stone is 84 pounds with an opinion. I've lost 81, yeah. But I was, in stone, I was 20 stone 4 pounds. I'm now 14.7. So, yeah, I'm like that. That's, yeah, if you're 12 stone, you wouldn't want to be losing 6. That would be a severe problem and probably involve chopping your legs off. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I played the mouse less. You know, the howling winds on the mouse got really bad for it. You know, it's brilliant. Sakal's less so, but still a bit. But the noise of the storms and such on Sakal are really bad for that. A tent in the heat wave in Europe is sounds like hell. Well, at night, because of the way it is, trust me, the tent in where they are now will be cooler than their hotel rooms where they just left in Prague. My hotel room on the first night was definitely more than 30 Celsius. I had to book my own hotel room on the Tuesday night so I could sleep. You know, like it was an absolute inferno. So, yeah, they will be cooler at night now than they were in the hotel they were staying at in Prague. Pick Freak, I've had it since before these headphones, dude. It's not just a one headphone thing. It's been something that's progressing for many, many, many years. I'm going to have to go for a wee in a sec. And I never drank my... do you know what? This might be a good time to do it because I'm fucking skirting around. I might log out and fix that. What's my longest ever session of DayZ? 30 hours and 45 minutes on a stream. I've done 2 30-hour streams ever, both in 2018, and I've not done a 24-hour stream since 2018 either. One of them might have been 2017, I think. I don't really remember, but I don't do them anymore. Can you see it again with all this weight loss? Well, I could see it before, Shane, but I could see slightly less of it. That's definitely the truth. But I never got to the point where I couldn't see the end of my knob. One thing I can say though, if you're a little bit portly, and I was certainly more than a bit portly, it certainly looks a bit bigger, you know, like me talking down the size of my knob. I'm not saying it's that big now or anything, but it definitely looks bigger than it did a year or so ago, you know. It definitely looks a bit bigger because the background's getting smaller, and it makes it look bigger. It does. It doesn't make it look bigger. It is a bit bigger. There's slightly less. There's more of it on show. What time are we at? 4:07. Are they ultra on DayZ? Are my own footsteps right now on a different frequency to other players' footsteps? And I'm not asking that to prove a point. I'm genuinely asking, like, are the footsteps of my own player's character at a different frequency than somebody else's footsteps that runs past me?
Yo.
How many hours of DayZ do I play per year? I honestly don't know exactly. Well, I have it's somewhere around 1,800 to 2,000 at a guess, but I haven't added it up for a while. It's hard to know for definite. Do people actually live in it? Yes. It's not the red house and green house and stuff, but I was in Sodari Sobor, but it's not called that on Tuesday. Right. Aegon, thank you. I'm gonna go for a wee and log out of the game to fix that skirting I was getting at the same time. Aegon, thank you very much. OJ, Kuo, thank you very much for the support in different ways. I won't be long, guys. Not making a drink. I'm just gonna have a minute. Right, I'm back. I could go days listening to DayZ footsteps without an issue. It's the loud, piercing gunshots that cause issues for me on a long session. I guess it depends what type of server you play, but I could play a long session and not shoot, you know, that's the thing. It's like I could get ear-ringing from a 6-hour session of DayZ and I'm not even fired a gun, you know? Blaze, the towns are pretty much in the same place. The hills are the same. It's basically mapped one for one. Places like Tissy aren't where they really are on the map, and the Northwest Airfield obviously doesn't exist, or the Northeast Airfield. But I've got a video that I've not shared. There's a couple of videos on my channel. You can see Mogilevka on Instagram. You can see it. You can see the shape of the hills. You can see the road. You can see it. It's the same. The actual inside of the town, there's some artistic license because they don't have the same houses and the same capabilities. Just for example, in as you're coming into Stary, that car park that's as you're coming into Stary from Novi, there's a little car park on the right hand side. That's there. It doesn't look exactly the same, but it's there. The red barn's there. The two other barns are there. All the hills are the same, but central Stary is slightly different because again they don't have the same buildings. They don't have the same capabilities. So there is a church. There is a well. They are there. They're just different. They're different houses, but the actual rolling hills and the forests and the tree lines and everything pretty much the same. Obviously, this map was made a long time ago now, and trees grow and bushes grow and such like. So there's slight differences, but very, very similar. Emily, it's kind of hard to stream without headphones. It's not like I can't really use speakers and stream effectively. It's not really possible. Grace, none of us know anything about DayZ 2, dude. There's none of us got any information other than it's in production. See his level. You do like a conspiracy, you do, don't you? Interestingly, my boss at a place I used to work used to get tinnitus, and that was before mobile phones. And he had tinnitus, you know, but nonetheless, that was before there was the internet and Wi-Fi and stuff, and he still had it. Tinnitus was a thing back then, believe it or not. But anyway, you do like a conspiracy, you. I don't know why you're saying see you now, Emily, but yeah, thanks for coming in. The headphone use is definitely what causes mine, but many things cause tinnitus, you know, but like it happened, like musicians can get tinnitus, but you can't just go, oh, I'm not going to be a musician, can you? You know, like what's that film with Bradley Cooper? Obviously it's a fictional film, but that dude has tinnitus, you know. Like what you do can give you like, if you're a roofer, you're more likely to get skin cancer than if you work indoors, you know, but you can mitigate risk as best you can, but there's only so much you can't not be a roofer if it's how you make a living. You can put sun cream on, but you still got to work outside every day, you know, like and that's the reality for everybody. That like if you're a driver and you drive for a living, you're much more likely to be in an accident than if you don't drive for a living, because you're in cars all day long, you know, like but there are things you can do to mitigate it, but if you're streaming, you kind of need to wear headphones, you know. It's something that I'm acutely aware of, but that's why I'm keeping the headphones low. I'm making the problem not as bad as I can, but it also means I then didn't hear that car, which is what stimulated this conversation, right? I didn't hear the car, so that's that, you know. But that's why I didn't hear it, you know. That's exactly the point. I'm running my headphone. I know my hearing is good. For example, on the Tuesday, we were waiting by the road for a little group to come from the castle, and they came a different route, and none of us could see them, and we were all standing together, and I was like, I can hear them talking, they're coming from over that way. They were 200 fucking meters away. Nobody else heard them. like maybe I was just attuned to that and I heard them, but we were standing there. I was, oh, they're coming from over there, I can hear them, and then we looked and they were miles away. But they were coming down a hill, and obviously I heard them. I'm not saying my hearing's amazing, but everybody else was surprised that I could hear them from that far away, and they hadn't heard them. You know, my hearing's fine. You know, it's not bad, but I'm keeping the volume low because I don't want to make the damage worse. Emily, there's no drama. It's all good. I'm completely relaxed. There's no drama. You don't need to worry. Appreciate you speaking. It's all good. I'll be on Sunday, Spurdo. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I am, despite having not been streaming, I'm fucked today. But anyway, I wanted to stream today. I'm not streaming tomorrow, and honestly, the main reason is that I can't really stream on the day that a video comes out. It kind of messes up the video. So there will be a YouTube video tomorrow at 6 PM, UK time, that is. So there's a new video coming out tomorrow. It'll be myself and Muller playing Banov. So it's a very good run. I've not seen the video. Finn's made it while I've been away. He sent me the final this afternoon. So I've not seen it myself, but that's the only way we could get a video out for tomorrow. What are my thoughts on DayZ 2 performance? I don't know, dude. I would expect it to be much better than DayZ, but like we don't even know. Like by the time DayZ 2 is a thing, we don't know what generation console will be around. We might be on PlayStation 6s by then. Like nobody knows, do we? You know, like speculating on how it will run when it might not even be on a current gen console. You know, or it might be on the next gen. It's hard to know, isn't it? Who knows? Excuse me, my ignorance, but how does a stream hurt a video release, or are people skipping the video because you stream? It's YouTube, Pascara, but I'm streaming, like if I stream tomorrow and I stream 2 till 10 PM, I can't very well release a video at 6 PM because I'm sending 2 notifications at the same time. It's just the way YouTube works. If I stream on YouTube and I send out, hey, I'm streaming today, come and watch, and then I stop the stream and I release a video, that doesn't have as big of an impact. It needs to be on a day when I don't stream. I used to stream, like I used to have my videos come out on a Sunday and I could stream on Twitch, but I'm not streaming on YouTube. It was separate, but I stream on YouTube now, you know. Like, if you're streaming and you release a video the same day, they kind of overlap and get in each other's way. Off the top of your head, what would you say is your favourite encounter on DayZ? Well, there's a lot of metrics for a question like that. There's a lot of different... Like, my funniest single-life encounter was probably Crazy Chris, but there's other encounters that are just as meaningful to me in different ways, you know? It's a hard... But probably the Crazy Chris run was my most memorable single encounter.
My dad has tinnitus and it uses bone conductive headphones. Maybe try and find a pair.
Cheers, Puddle. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the support, dude. I'm gonna look into it more. I'm not looking for a solution right now. I know this is. I'm just trying for us to move on. I'm not looking for a solution. I'm running my headphones low to not cause it to be bad right now, and that's working. But it just. I don't really want to change my headphones yet. There's other things I need to explore, but for the last 6 weeks to 3 months, I've been absolutely fucking manically busy, and I still am. So right now, I'm just keeping my volume low to keep the tinnitus away. So that doesn't mean I'm not grateful for the advice, Puddle, but we've done this circle before. When I get properly time, I'll start making some inroads. But in the last 3 weeks alone, I've been to Prague. I've had to prep for a funeral. I took my family to a funeral. My PC has died. I've had to restart on a new PC and set everything up and then stream for a week and see how it goes. I'm planning to go to America in July. There's a lot going on, you know. Like, so trying to fix my ear stuff. I'm just keeping the volume low so that I can keep it at bay, you know. Crowd, honestly, I can't remember where we left it as to what the best approach was. It seems like a lifetime ago since then, you know, but there's been so much going on. But nonetheless, I appreciate everyone's advice, but right now I ain't even got time to look at it, never mind. So I'm just keeping it low. I agree, Madden. I'd rather DayZ 2 take a long time than come out rushed and not ready. I think that's definitely true. Darth, I think it was the processor. Right? So I had a 13900K, which is known to have issues, and the issues tend to start with stuttering and then crashes, and then it's fucked. And I've been getting stuttering and crashing since the turn of the year, and then it was fucked, you know. So I'm pretty sure it was that. I haven't fault found it fully or anything yet. I've not had time to... I ain't even thought of it. The PC is still broken in the living room on the floor. I ain't had time for that, you know. I suppose we ought to go to Prison Island. I don't really want to, but I suppose I ought to. Thank you for the super chat, Puddle. I appreciate it. Who was it that was talking about sonar? It was Ultra on DayZ. Dude, if you want to drop me a Discord DM telling me what software you use and how you set it up, I'd be more than interested to just hear about it, dude. Or a whatever, a Twitch whisper, but there's no messaging on YouTube, as far as I know. Ruby Tripper, thank you for the 2 months, by the way. Thank you. Cheers, Alter. Thank you. Unknown Beast. Hello. Hope you're good. I don't get dizzy, White Tigress. No, I don't get any. I don't have vertigo. Well, not from what you've just described. No. In your opinion, who's the dark horse this World Cup? Well, I said Japan would go for pretty well before the tournament. I think I don't know if they're really a dark horse, but I'm going to stick with Brazil, even though I don't think they'll win it. But of the teams that aren't completely at the top of the market, I think there's more to come from Brazil. I think everyone's talking about all the players. Maybe they're more talking about it. But Vinicius Jr. scored 4 goals, and I don't think he's getting as much attention as Haaland, who's also scored 4 goals. And Mbappe, who's scored 4 goals. You know, I think Brazil are ticking along with the Don in charge. I don't think they've got the best team, but I think they're better than people are giving them credit, if that makes sense. But I don't know. I think France will probably win it. Is it Japan and Brazil in the next round? That's a hell of a game. Well, Unknown Beast. He asked for an outside, like a dark horse. Like Spain are one of the absolute favourites, so they're definitely not a dark horse. Even Brazil, you know, they're like what 5th or 6th in the betting, I think. So they're not that much of a dark horse. But you can't have the favourites for the tournament or the second favourites for the tournament as a dark horse, dude. That's like picking the favourite for a horse race and saying it's an outsider. Don't forget Portugal. I don't think Portugal have a chance to win it, personally, dude, but I could be wrong. They've got some good players. I know Ronaldo scored a couple the other day, but I don't think Portugal are quite good enough, but we'll see. You never know. Norway versus France in 27 minutes. I think it's at 8 o'clock, so it's in 56 minutes. 8 o'clock in the UK. Top 3 toppings on your burger. Bacon, cheese, patty can't be options. Or going from Five Guys, I would go jalapenos. They're amazing in the Five Guys ones. I really like onions. I can't not have fried onions on a burger. Fried onions are amazing. I don't have to have jalapenos, but fried onions definitely is one. I quite like keeping them simple. I'm alright with... I've got to have some kind of sauce, preferably, even if it's got tomatoes on. I quite like ketchup, but burger sauce is good. Possibly both. If I make them myself, I normally go for... The one I make myself is normally fried onions, obviously the meat, cheese, ketchup or burger sauce, one or the other. And I like putting... Like, you get like little pickled chilies in a jar in the pickles aisles in supermarkets, you know, like little pickled green chilies. They're quite spicy, but something like that, I really like that in a burger. I'm not personally a huge fan of bacon in a burger. I find it adds salt, and I don't really need salt in it. I like bacon a lot. I don't really like bacon in a burger very much. I think the cheese adds a little bit of a salt flavour. I don't need the bacon to do it as well, personally. What's your prediction for Colombia versus Portugal? I'd expect Portugal to win it. I've not seen a lot of Colombia in the tournament, but I'd expect Portugal to win, but who knows? Isn't it looking likely that Uruguay are going to have to play Argentina? And then it depends on. There's still games left to play, but that'd be a hell of a tie as well. I don't know where the nearest Wimpy is. Quite a lot of them have closed, Tomty, but I know the kind of onions you mean from yesteryear. Does the US team have a realistic chance to win the cup? No. I'm afraid, dude. No, they don't. Do they have a realistic chance? No. Do they have a massive outsiders chance? Yes. They have an outside chance. It's not very, very likely, though, you know. I think there's nothing to... They look good. They look powerful. They look quick. They've got one or two players that look decent. The McKenny, that guy looks good. But they've only played 3 games. They lost the other day, but they dropped a lot of their players to keep them fit for the next round, so that doesn't mean too much. But the 2 teams they beat were both absolutely shocking, so that doesn't mean too much either, you know. We'll see. I think they'll get through against Bosnia and Herzegovina pretty easily, but then after that things are going to get a bit tougher, you know. Even Egypt, if they play Egypt, for example, in the last 16, they could lose that, they could win it, who knows. I think they'll probably win it, but it'll be tight. After that, I think that's where they go out. I think if I had to guess, I'd say the USA will get beat in the quarter-final, probably by Spain. Hello.
Hiya. All right.
You're right. You looted the prison, I take it.
Oh no, I went the wrong way.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll go and have a quick look then. I have looted those, but yeah. Is that your buddy?
Oh, have you? All right. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll leave the prison for you guys if there's 2 of you. I haven't done the prison, so the prison's completely yours, dude. That's all good.
All right. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he talked and he didn't instantly go for his gun, so I think me leaving them to loot that. I came here wanting a vest and I've got one. I also think they've probably already looted the prison, despite what he said, so I think we should just skedaddle. Who are you and what happened to Paul? No love you bye. Yeah, I was a bit worried about dying, so I just wanted to run away. Of course the USA could win. They are playing at home. Even England managed to win at home. Yeah, but England had one of the best teams in the tournament at the time, Declan. The USA do not. Of course they have a chance to win. It's not just home advantage that won England the 1966 World Cup. They had really, really good world-class players at the time. You know? They really did. You know, they had a good team with very, very good players in it. Like America do not. You know, there isn't really many players in the American squad that would get in the French squad, for example. It's a different thing altogether. You know. Doesn't mean that they can't do well, and I hope they do, but they won't get past Spain and then whoever they might get in the semi and then the final very often, you know. Maybe if you ran that 100 times, they might do it once. Fair enough, Declan. I know it is, Topper. We were just talking about it. I know it is.
Keep on running, Enning GG.
I think people are shitting on the US and underestimating them. I don't think so. I definitely didn't just shit on them, you know. I want the USA to do well. It's not shitting on them, to be realistic. If you took each player just on... The thing with team sports is it's not just about the quality of the players, right? Teams can do well. Teams can outperform the sum of their parts, and it happens quite regularly. But teams don't outperform themselves to the sum of their parts to win the World Cup thus far. Nobody has, right? So far, in the time that the World Cup has been run, they've always been won by somebody that's expected to do well, so far. But it's not underestimating America in the World Cup to say that the quality of their individual players is not as good as the quality of the individual players of other teams. Like Pulisic is like a USA hero. He wouldn't get in the French team. He wouldn't get in the Spanish team. He probably wouldn't get in the English squad.
30.
And England are shocking in places right now. But that's the point, you know. Like that doesn't mean that the USA might not beat England if they played in a one-off game. That's not the same thing, is it? You know. Satine, thank you for the 30 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Danktastic, thank you as well. Classy Bassy, thank you too. I was laughing last night every time the US... Oh! Where? Well, that'll have to wait for a sec. Is he on the rocks? Yes. I'm trying to get myself to a position where I can tank a shot and shoot back. I haven't actually put that on the hotbar. Oh, fuck me. I should be covered. Just as I got to the rock I could actually shoot from as well. That's the two you just met. It's not. It's somebody else, I'm pretty certain. I just got to the rocks and was about to turn fucking round. I don't have a battery, do I? Well, this isn't going to be easy. I kind of forgot I didn't have a battery. Holy shit. Right, forget the rest. What? Oh, fuck me. I did kill him. So I'm afraid that is the end of that chapter. I had to finish him off. He was uncon, so I had to finish him. Like, the uncon timers are so short. I only had 4 shots as well. I'm glad I got a kill out of it, to be honest. I think that was the guy from the prison, but I think there was 2 on the hill, so I think they came back. So I ended up kind of in the shit there, but I think that one was one from the prison, and the one on the hill was not. If you say so, Kerry, yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid that's it, guys. I'm going to put my dinner on and then I'm going to watch the football, I think. I did plan to do 4 to 5 hours today, and we've done 4 hours and 54 minutes, which is kind of cool. Yeah, you definitely won't see me tomorrow, Redline. I don't actually own Mecha Chameleon yet, but... Well, I don't think you will. I won't make any promises, but... yeah. You guys play too late. I'm not about that staying up till 3 AM live. Satine, thank you for the 30 months. Dank, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Classy, thank you. Excuse me. I'll discuss it with other people and then you never know. Right, anyway, guys, I'll be back again on Sunday. I'm glad I got back today. A bit of a weird day today. At least we had some fights, got a few shots, but... Hang on. Fuck. I'm going to sneeze. Fuck me dead. I really need to sort that out. Okay, it's gone. Yeah, thanks a lot for coming in. I'm back on Sunday just after lunchtime, and then next week I'll be streaming Sunday through to Thursday, so normal week next week, back as normal. Thanks a lot for coming in. Really, really appreciate it. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for watching me. If I get a chance, I'll have a look at headphone stuff, but I think for now it's a choice between hearing less and or hearing more and going deaf, one or the other, really. That's the pick I've got right now. Anyway, thanks a lot for coming in, peeps. I'll catch you on Sunday. Have a good one. Take it easy. Love you. Bye.